They woke her with a whisper in the roots. Cold bit first. Not the honest cold of a winter morning, but something older. The thin, white chill that seeped in from beyond the world's edges. It crept through her fingers where they lay curled around earth and stone and tangled roots, crawled up her arms, seeped into her bones, and then into the soft ache of her heart. When she tried to draw breath, soil and leaf rot filled her mouth. Her first sound in this life was a muffled cough. She convulsed, fingers clawing, and the roots loosened as if they had only been pretending to hold her. The earth shuddered around her, reluctantly yielding. A rush of wet loam spilled past her ears. She tore free of the ground like a sapling dragged from its bed, and for one confusing wild heartbeat she thought she had become a tree. There were branches where her thoughts should be, leaves instead of memories, and 1,000 distant winds moving through places she did not know. Then she hit the snow. The air sliced her lungs raw. She lay there shivering and half blind, watching her breath plume white and vanish against the iron-gray sky. A weirwood loomed above her, its pale trunk and gnarled roots still slick with clinging black soil. Its face, if it could be called that, glared down from the carved red eyes, sap tears frozen like blood in the winter air. The eyes were wrong, too knowing, too aware. She tried to remember her name and found instead a rush of others. "Bran," whispered a boy's voice, then Rob, and below them hundreds more, like leaves caught in a sudden gale. Namiria, Jaharis, Asha, Gwaine, Danelle, Torin, Liana. She curled inward as the names tore through her, as if each syllable snagged and ripped something inside. Images surged behind her eyes. A girl running along Winterfell's walls in summer. A man on a horse at the Trident. A boy kneeling in snow before a heart tree. A woman with gray in her hair and a sword in her hand facing down a tide of screaming corpses. A babe with a birthmark like a weirwood leaf over its heart. "Stop," she gasped, as much to the memories as to the pain. The storm of names fell away, one by reluctant one. Silence crashed in after them like a wave. Her ears rang. Her body felt wrong, too big in places, too small in others. She stared at her own hands in the snow, pink, trembling, streaked with damp soil, and forced herself to count her fingers. 10, do. She knew that was right. That much, at least, the world had left alone. "So this is the shell you've woven for me," she whispered to no one. The wind took her words and scattered them. She was naked, she realized, though she did not feel the shame she thought she ought to. Cold, yes, bone deep, but no shame. The snow beneath her was unbroken, except where she had burst from the earth. The weirwood roots formed a tangled cradle around that wound in the ground, as if they had grown that way on purpose. No footprints, no scattered leaves, no sign of any hand that might have dug her free. She pushed herself upright. Her hair, dark, long, and matted with soil, fell across her face. When she brushed it aside, her fingers found something raised just over her heart, a rough patch of skin, oddly shaped. She looked down to see a birthmark the color of bruised wine pressed into the pale of her flesh. It was jagged and almost delicate, like the outline of a single 5-pointed leaf. Weirwood, some deeper part of her thought. Old gods, blood and bone. The recognition came not with memory, but with a feeling like the snap of a bowstring. Inevitable and final. "You woke well," a small voice said. She spun so quickly she nearly slipped on the snow. The speaker stood at the edge of the clearing, part shadow, part tree. At first she thought it was a child, a girl perhaps, no more than 10. But nothing in its face was human. Her eyes took in the wrongness in pieces. Skin the color of autumn leaves, nut brown with veins of green. Hair like a tangle of moss and black twigs. Eyes that caught the weak winter light like pools of spun gold. "Leaf," whispered another voice in her skull, as if recalling an old friend. "Leaf of the children. Leaf of the forest." The singer at the end. The last. No, the creature answered calmly, as though the thought had been spoken aloud. I am not Leaf. That name is gone from the rivers of your kind. We do not keep it when a singer passes into the roots. She moved closer with a slow, deliberate grace, as soundless as a shadow. Up close, she smelled of damp earth and leaf mold and the sharp green bite of fresh sap. Her bark-clad fingers, too many knuckles, too slender to be human, folded neatly over one another. We wove you with a broad net, the Knot Child said. Many currents, many lives. You bled through more strongly than the others. Nay, others, the woman repeated, struggling to make her tongue obey. What others? Who are you? I am Ashai, the singer said. Daughter of the first forest, though your kind would not remember that forest as anything but a story whispered to frighten children into sleep. She tilted her head slightly, golden stare raking over the woman's damp, shaking form with something like clinical interest. As for who you are, that is a slower song to learn. The woman swallowed. My name. There was a hollow in her where that answer should have been. Not empty exactly. More like a well with too many reflections trembling on the surface to see which was real. Faces flickered in her mind. Men and women, young and old, with hair like hers, with eyes like hers, with scars that rang unfamiliar, and yet she seized one. Liana, she said, breath misting in the air. The sound tasted right, settling into her like a key turning in a lock. My name is Liana. Ashai blinked once. The motion made a faint rustle, as if leaves had shivered somewhere deep in her skull. Yes, she said. That shape of you has worn that sound before, and summers now gnawed to bone. But you have worn other sounds, other skins. You were a king once, and a coward, a mother and a kinslayer, a boy who lived long enough to die of old age, and a girl who burned before her 13th winter. You are more than any name you recall. Liana stared at her. A low, strange fury unfurled in her chest, startling in its immediacy. What did you do to me? Ashai did not flinch. We called you back. The weirwood above them groaned softly as the wind shifted. Its carved eyes seemed to deepen. For a moment, Liana could swear she saw something moving behind them, some deeper red beyond the mere sap, like veins groping for her through the wood. She took a step back. Her heel touched the edge of the hole she had clawed herself from. There was no coffin, no rotted shroud, just root and earth and a faint, sour trace of old blood. I was dead, she said slowly. I remember something. Fire on a hill, screaming, cold. I thought that was the end. It was an end, Ashai said. But not the last of you. Why? The word came out harsh, a ragged edge of breath. She could hear the unspoken question beneath it. What right did you have? Ashai turned her face up to the weirwood, as if listening to some distant song carried to her along its living veins. Because the old bargain was broken. Because your kind shattered the world and left it bleeding. Because we grew tired of watching you rise and fall on tides of iron and fire. Each new age another sharpened knife against the flesh of the earth. Because we are done with endings that are only pauses between wars. No. Her gaze dropped back to Liana, and for the first time there was steel in it. Not human steel, smelted and hammered, but the chill sharpness of flint. Because we choose now, Ashai finished. Not you. Liana's legs began to tremble in earnest. She folded her arms over her chest, partly to hide the weirwood-shaped mark, partly just to hold herself together. Choose what? Your return, Ashai said. Your paths. Your forgetting. Your remembering. We weave the threads. You walk them. Again and again and again. Nay. Empty. A gust of wind roared through the clearing, loud enough to make her wince. For a heartbeat, the world went blinding white with spinning snow, and in that blur she saw, no, felt, the echo of what Ash-Eye spoke of. A city like a stone forest burning under dragons' shadows. Men kneeling before a throne of twisted swords. Pikes bristling with tar-blackened heads along a castle's walls. The crash of waves against Blackwater Bay as wildfire turned the night to screaming green. A boy with broken legs staring into the red eyes of a tree until the world fell away. Then those images shattered and were replaced in turn by others. A fleet of iron ships frozen in a sea turned solid glass. A tree made of bone and shattered swords growing up through the collapsed remains of a sept. 1,000 men and women standing hand in hand in a ring around a weirwood, their shadows flickering as if they burned though no flame touched them. Endless. Layered. Lives stacked like leaves in a thick drift. An endless cycle, Lyanna whispered. The words rose from somewhere older than this life. Rebirth. T. Ash-Eye smiled, and it was not a kind thing. Her sharp little teeth were carved from bone and memory. At last one of you hears the song before it is finished. Lyanna sank to her knees. Snow hissed beneath her, melted by the heat of her body. She shivered, though she did not know if it was from cold or horror, or the jagged, unsteady thrill of realizing that death was not what she had believed. Not rest, not the Black River, not the stranger's final door. Put me back, she said. If you can call me, you can send me away. Let me sleep. Ash-Eye watched her quietly for a time, expression unreadable. You begged that of us before, she said. Many times, in many tongues. We denied you then. We deny you now. Lyanna lifted her head slowly. A hot flush surged up her throat. Why me? The singer's smile softened, just barely. Because you remember more than most. Because the threads of you appear in places we require. Because somewhere, in one of the lives you do not recall, you swore by your blood and breath to serve the song that unites root and river and sky. I never. You did, Ash-Eye said. Her voice took on a strange harmonic quality then, as if others were speaking with her from very far away. Your words had weight. We kept them. Lyanna opened her mouth to deny it, but something in her would not let her. Her own tongue felt untrustworthy. She could see herself standing before a heart tree in the depth of winter, her breath frosting the air, her hands bloody from some act of violence or mercy, the words spilling from her as easily as breath. I will serve, she had said, not understanding. I will atone. Take what I am and mend what I broke. Who had she been then? She squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them, Ash-Eye was holding out a bundle. Clothes fashioned of oiled leather and wool, stitched through with thin veins of something pale that might have been weirwood root. The garments looked as though they had grown rather than been sewn. A fur-lined cloak lay on top, its surface a patchwork of pelts, hare and fox, wolf, and something that might have been Shadowcat. Put these on, the singer said. You shake apart in front of me, and our work grows cumbersome. Lyanna hesitated, then snatched the clothes and dressed quickly. The leather was supple, warmer than it had any right to be. Where it touched her skin, she felt faint pinpricks, as if a web of hair-thin roots were testing her, tasting her. When she fastened the cloak around her throat with a clasp carved from a weirwood branch, a faint warmth spread from that point downward, battling the cold in her chest. Better, Ash-Eye said. You walk upright. That is something, at least. Lyanna pulled the cloak tight around herself. Where are we? The singer's gaze shifted past her to the far edge of the clearing. Lyanna followed it. Beyond the weirwood, the land sloped gently away into a forest of dark pines and bare-branched oaks, their silhouettes stark against the low sky. Snow lay thick on their limbs, bowing them. A narrow path wound away from the clearing, marked by stones half swallowed by ice. In the distance, through a break in the trees, Lyanna glimpsed the faint shadow of walls rising up from a hill, their outlines blurred and softened by time. Her heart lurched. She knew those walls. Winterfell, she whispered. Ash-Eye nodded. Once. It has worn more names since, none of them so simple. Petit. Liana took a step toward the path, then another. Her boots found the way without thought, seeking the familiar dips and rises beneath the snow. She remembered running this way as a child, racing her brothers, stealing down to the crypts to stare up at the stone kings with their stone deerwolves at their feet. That had been... when? Whose feet had those been? Her throat tightened. The forest gave way to a broad, snow-covered plain. The air felt different here, heavy with absence. Once she knew, this land had thrummed with life. The smoke and noise of the yard, the clang of the smithy, the calls of men on the walls. Now there was only the whisper of the wind and the distant creak of old stone settling into itself. The walls loomed ahead, higher than she remembered and yet somehow diminished. Ivy had clawed its way up their faces. Great cracks split the tower bases. One of the gatehouse's twin towers had collapsed entirely, spilling its stone out across the approach like the bones of some fallen giant. The inner gates hung crooked on their hinges, whittled by rust and time. Liana's steps faltered. "How long has it been?" she asked softly. "How many years since my last life?" Ashai padded at her side, her small bare feet leaving only the faintest impressions on the snow, already filling in as Liana watched. "Time is a river with many branches," the singer said. "In some it has been 300 years since you last wore skin in this place. In others, 3,000. In one, you never left at all. Though you will not walk that water." Liana stared at her. "That's not an answer. It is the only one that means anything," Ashai replied. They passed under the shadow of the broken gate. Liana's heart thudded against her ribs, loud in the stillness. The courtyard stretched out before them, empty but for a scattering of blackened stone and tumbled timber. The great hall's doors were gone, leaving a dark maw. Snow had drifted inside to bury the hearth. The broken shell of the first keep hunched like a kicked dog. Farther off, the godswood waited, its cluster of trees rising from the snow like a dark island. The heart tree's pale branches reaching up through a crust of ice. Liana walked toward it as if drawn by a hook sunk in her breast. "Some of your lives began here," Ashai said conversationally, as though they walked through some stranger's ruins. "Some ended. You have died beneath that tree more times than you have been born beneath it, which is an odd thing, though not the oddest we have seen." "Stop talking about my deaths," Liana snapped, more sharply than she intended. "Death is a small thing now," the singer said. "A turning of a leaf, a pause in a song. For you, perhaps," Liana said under her breath. The godswood swallowed them. The sounds of the empty castle fell away, leaving only the hush of snow sliding from branches and the faint, steady heartbeat of water moving beneath ice. The heart tree's branches rose ahead, thick with snow. Its carved face stared down at them, eyes red as fresh wounds, mouth twisted in a grimace that might have been a laugh or a scream. The pool at its feet was frozen, its surface smooth and black as obsidian. Liana stopped at the edge. "It remembers you," Ashai said. Liana did not answer. The weirwood's gaze pressed down on her like a weight. Something behind her eyes trembled and broke. She saw herself kneeling on this frozen ground, though there was no snow in that memory, only cold, damp earth. Her hair was shorter, her hands smaller. A boy, no, a young man, knelt beside her with the stark look about him. Long face, gray eyes, the hint of an old sadness etched into the corners of his mouth. They held hands, and the heart tree watched without comment as they cut their palms and mixed their blood in the water. "I swear," she heard herself say in that other life, "by ice and blood, by bone and river, by the eyes of the old gods, I swear to mend what we broke." "What we broke," the boy echoed. The words rang out like hammered iron, echoing down some corridor that stretched forward and backward through all the lives she had worn. It was a vow long spent, but vows, she knew suddenly with sick clarity, did not dull with age in the sight of the trees. Liana sagged. "What did we break?" she whispered. Ashai came to stand beside her. Even here, in the chill shadow of the weirwood, the singer's presence radiated a quiet, ruthless warmth. "The balance," Ashai said. "The covenant, the river between your kind and ours. The line that kept us from making of you what you made of us." Lyanna turned to her. "What did we make of you?" There was a long pause. When Ashai spoke, her voice had lost its almost playful lilt. "Ghosts," she said simply. "Stories. Bones in old earth. Something to be hunted, then remembered only to entertain your cubs. You drove us into the roots and called it victory. You shattered our song with your axes and your iron and your fire. You burned our groves. You poisoned our rivers. You thought us gone. She reached out, running her bark-fingered hand down the heart tree's trunk. The wood shivered faintly at her touch, sap glistening like blood. "But the roots remember," she said. "They remember everything, even the shape of justice." Lyanna watched her. "This cycle, you did this as punishment?" "Punishment." Ashai tasted the word as if it were a foreign spice. "Perhaps, but not only. You are clever animals, humans. That is what we always underestimated. You built yourselves into something almost admirable. You cracked the sky, once. You bound dragons beneath your will. You made kingdoms from nothing but stone and stubbornness. Yet, every time you climbed, you cut the earth deeper to do it. All your shining towers were built from bone. No." She turned away from the tree. "We do not punish you for being what you are. We punish you for pretending you cannot be otherwise. So you trap us," Lyanna said. "Make us live over and over, with no rest, no peace. How is that better?" "Me." Ashai's golden eyes rested on her, and Lyanna felt again that sensation of being weighed, measured. Her thoughts sifted through by something as old as the first spring. "You never lacked for rest," the singer said. "You have slept many times. The space between lives is long and deep. You do not remember those dreams, but they hold shorter songs. Glades with no iron, rivers with no blood. We made you live again, not to suffer, but to learn." "To learn what?" "To die differently," Ashai said. "To end yourselves in ways that do not tear holes in the world. To dwell without devouring. To remember without conquest. To stand before the trees and say, 'We have had enough. Let us find a gentler road.'" Lyanna laughed then, a short, harsh sound that tasted of smoke and old grief. "And have we?" Ashai's gaze shifted to the heart tree. The carved face seemed somehow sadder now, the lines around its mouth deeper. "You have tried," the singer said. "In some branches of the river you have done more than try. Once, the north laid down its swords and took up plows and prayers instead. Once, Old Town burned its ships and tore down its mariners' guild. Once, a queen on a throne of melted swords renounced all crowns and left the cities to rule themselves. Did it work?" Lyanna asked quietly. "For a time," Ashai said. "Peace is a fragile animal, easily hunted. Your kind has a hunger that centuries cannot starve. Some of you are born wanting what no one should hold. Some of you are born wanting nothing more than to be left alone, and yet you find yourselves leading armies." She looked back at Lyanna. "You have been both." Lyanna flinched. "You keep saying that, as if I'm everyone." "You are many," Ashai said. "But you are not everyone. We do not have that much power, not yet. That is why we have called you now, here, in this place. The river narrows. A choice waits at its mouth." A numbness spread through Lyanna's chest. "What choice?" "Whether the cycle continues," Ashai said, "or ends." The words fell into the still air and did not echo. They sank instead, vanishing into the dark water beneath the ice. Lyanna stared at her. "You would end it. We would end everything," Ashai said. And in that moment she did not look like a child at all. She looked like what she truly was, a fragment of something that had watched glaciers advance and rivers change their beds, that had seen the first men carving their names into stones and the first dragons blacken the sky. "The soil is tired, Lyanna," she said softly. "The rivers choke on your refuse. The mountains groan under your mines. The air tastes of strange fires in places where no fire should be. You have filled the world with echoes of yourselves, and there is no room for the rest of the song. We thought for a while that rebirth might slow you, gentle you, teach you new ways. But your seed carries old hungers." She lifted her hand. The heart tree's branches creaked overhead. All through the godswood, the lesser trees stirred. Lyanna felt the roots beneath her feet flex, a slow, restless movement. "There is another way," Ashai said. "We can unmake you, draw your souls into the roots and keep them here in the deep places. The world will quiet. The trees will sing. The animals will roam. The rivers will run clear, and you will never hurt anything again." Lyanna's mouth had gone dry. She forced herself to swallow. "You want to kill us, all of us, forever?" "No, not kill," Ashai said. "Change. You would not vanish. You would become part of the web. You would feed the song. That's just death by another name. Is that worse than what you do now?" Ashai asked. Lyanna flinched as if struck. The singer's golden eyes did not soften. "You," Lyanna said. Voice raw, "You called this justice?" "It's one kind," Ashai replied. "The oldest kind. Balance. Every hunger must find its limit. Yours simply took longer to meet it." Lyanna dropped her gaze to the frozen pool. Her reflection looked back, faint and distorted. Dark hair, pale skin, eyes that seemed larger than they should be, hollowed by too many shadows. The weirwood mark over her heart pulsed once beneath her clothes, a faint ache. "Why tell me this?" she asked. "If you've already decided." "We have not," Ashai said. "That is the point." The roots argue. Some of us would unmake you without another thought. Some cling to the memory of what it was to walk beside you in the dawn of the world. Some whisper of the old bargains, of the time we mingled our blood and swore never to make slaves of one another. She smiled thinly. "We are like you in that one way. We cannot agree with ourselves." She stepped closer. Lyanna felt a faint pressure at her temples, as if something were leaning in to smell her thoughts. "We called you," Ashai said, "because you are woven into more lives than most. Because you have seen the world's cruelties from both sides of the knife. Because somewhere in that tangled skein of yours, there is something that understands both punishment and mercy. We will let you walk the world and listen. We will let you decide whether the song of humans continues, in any form at all." "Nay, Abdayim?" Lyanna stared. "You want me to choose between my people and extinction? We want you to choose between their return to the wheel they have already cracked and their return to the roots they sprang from," Ashai said. "There is a difference, though you may not see it at first." A strange laugh bubbled up in Lyanna's chest. "I'm just one woman. You are thousands," Ashai corrected gently. "And you will not be alone." Her bark fingers brushed Lyanna's forearm. The touch was light, but the jolt it sent through her was anything but. The godswood fell away. For a heartbeat, for a single held breath, Lyanna stood in a place that was no place at all. There was no sky, no earth, only a darkness shot through with veins of red and white, like distant roots caught in a storm of blood. Voices rose around her, not speaking, not exactly, but humming, chanting, whispering all at once. Lives unfolded beneath her feet like scrolls unfurling. Births and deaths and first kisses and battle cries, betrayals and last words and quiet moments by firesides. She saw through eyes that were hers and not hers. She felt the warmth of a babe in her arms, the pain of a sword sliding between her ribs, the salt sting of sea spray. the iron taste of blood in her mouth as she bit down on a scream. Worlds spun. Wars rose and fell. Cities burned and were built again on their own ashes. A dragon's shadow passed over Winterfell. The wall collapsed in a roar of ice and magic. A fleet of black ships sailed up the Rhoyne under banners that had never flown before. A blink later, she was back in the Godswood, knees buckling. She would have fallen if Ashai had not caught her. The singer's grip was surprisingly strong for so small a creature. Lyanna clutched at her like a woman slipping over a cliff. "Easy," Ashai murmured. "You tasted only a drop. We have drunk it for millennia." Lyanna sagged, chest heaving. Her skin felt too tight. Her thoughts skittered like frightened mice. "How do you remain yourselves?" she gasped. Ashai shrugged one narrow shoulder. "We do not," she said. "Not as you mean it. Each singer is a pattern, a chord struck from many notes. You too are a chord, Lyanna. Only your kind insists on hearing each note alone." "Nani and pew." Lyanna pushed away from her, drawing in slow, careful breaths. "If I say no," she said. "If I decide the cycle should end, if I agree to your unmaking, what happens?" "The roots will rise," Ashai said simply. "The weirwoods will drink the souls still walking. Those waiting in the deep sleep will never wake again. No babes will quicken in the womb. Your cities will become bones. The wolves will run through your empty halls. In a few thousand years, no one will remember you were ever here." "Nay." "And if I say yes?" Lyanna asked, though she feared the answer more. "Then we untie some of the knots," Ashai said. "We lessen the root's hold. We allow your dead to pass beyond us. We let you rise and fall without our guidance. You would be free to destroy yourselves or save yourselves as you choose. We would return to the deep woods and watch, as we did before the first pack." She smiled sadly. "We do not believe you will choose that. Freedom has never been your kind's friend." Lyanna wrapped her arms around herself. Snow danced in the air between them, tiny flakes catching in her lashes. Her head ached. "I don't know enough to decide any of this," she said. "I remember fragments, feelings. How am I meant to weigh the worth of all humanity when I can barely recall who I was yesterday?" "You will walk," Ashai said. "You will see what has become of your kind in this branch of the river. You will speak to those who have lived through more of it without forgetting. We will not send you out blind." "Who?" Lyanna asked. "Who remembers more than I do?" Ashai's gaze flicked once more to the heart tree. "The one who went farther into the roots than any of your kind before you," she said. "The boy who fell and flew, the king who never wanted a crown. He waits at the edge of the world." Lyanna felt the name before she thought it. "Bran," she whispered. Ashai did not nod or deny, but the air around them seemed to tighten, as if the weirwood itself had drawn in a breath. "The winds north of here carry his scent," the singer said. "He has become something difficult, even for us. There are branch lines where he chose differently, where he severed himself from the roots entirely, or bound himself so tightly to them that he ceased to be a separate note. But here, he lingers still. He has been human. He has been more. He understands the taste of power and the cost of wielding it." "Nen Kai be?" Lyanna swallowed. "And he'll help me?" "He will speak," Ashai said. "Even we cannot make him do more than that." She turned away from the tree. The snow seemed to part around her small form. "Come," she said. "Your feet remember the way north. The rest you can learn as you walk." "Nen Danbarao." Lyanna lingered a moment longer in the shadow of the heart tree. The face looked no kinder now, but something in it had shifted. The red eyes seemed less like wounds and more like doors. "You made us into stories," she murmured, echoing Ashai's earlier words. "Perhaps it's time we told our own." The wind snatched the words and carried them up into the branches and out into the wider world. Lyanna pulled her cloak tight and followed the singer out of the Godswood, through the ruined courtyards of Winterfell. and into the white, waiting north. The first night they camped beneath the spreading arms of an ancient oak, its bare branches etched black against the stars. Liana's breath smoked in the air as she huddled close to the small fire Ashai had coaxed from damp kindling with a murmur and a breath. It smelled faintly of green things even as it burned. Beyond the circle of light, the forest pressed in. Snow muffled every sound. Somewhere in that darkness, an owl hooted once, then again. Liana's hand rested on the hilt of a knife the singer had given her, though she doubted any steel she carried could kill anything that lived in Ashai's shadow. "You have questions," Ashai said from across the fire. Liana glanced up sharply. "You can read my thoughts." "I read your face," the singer said. "Humans are loud in every way. It is one of your charms." Liana snorted softly despite herself. "Feels like you're in my head," she muttered. "We are," Ashai said without apology. "We were the first to walk the green dreams. We taught your kind how to listen at the edges of them long ago when the first pact was young and the blood between us still tasted fresh." She tipped her head. "Ask, Liana. Better to face your questions than chew on them until they split your tongue." Liana stared into the flames for a long moment. The firelight painted the singer's face in flickering gold and shadow, making it even harder to decide whether she looked like a child or an old woman. "How did it start?" Liana asked finally. "This reclaiming. When did you decide to take our lives into your hands?" "Me." Ashai was silent for so long Liana thought she might refuse to answer. Then she spoke, and her voice carried a different cadence, as if she were echoing words spoken long before she wore this shape. "It began on an island of faces," she said, "in a lake that no longer remembers its own name." Liana closed her eyes. She could see it as the singer spoke, mists curling along the water's surface, trees rising from it like giants hunched in council. The Isle of Faces, the place where the children and the first men had sworn to end their war. "Most of our groves were silent by then," Ashai said. "Burned or cut or drowned beneath your stone. Those that remained sang of iron axes and new gods with soft hands and cruel hearts, of dragons rising in the east, of a darkness sleeping in the far north with cold in its marrow and hunger in its hollow crown." Liana's skin prickled. In another life, she had dragged herself from the snow at the edge of that darkness. She had seen blue eyes like chips of a dead sky. She had felt the cold that could crack bone. "We are patient," Ashai said. "We were patient even as you hunted us to the roots. We watched your kingdoms rise. We watched each of your kings stand before the trees and swear they would be better than the ones before. We watched their sons break those oaths, and their sons after them do worse still. We watched you unmake the wall and then build it again in another time. We watched you summon dragon. We watched you find no." She looked up at the stars. "There came a night when the groves sang louder than we had ever heard. The rivers boiled in their beds. The roots twisted. The weirwoods wept sap so freely that the ground turned red. We knew then that something had changed. A choice had been made somewhere. By someone or something more blind and more terrible than you." Liana frowned. "What choice?" "To pull you apart," Ashai said. "To shatter your river of time. To turn what had been one song with many verses into a cacophony of smaller songs, all overlapping, all incomplete. Someone tugged hard on the knot of your destinies. It unraveled. Liana exhaled slowly. The visions she had glimpsed earlier flickered at the edges of her mind. Worlds where familiar names wore strange faces. Histories that spiraled out of each other's shadows. "You didn't do that," she said. "No," Ashai said. "We're not that clumsy, or that bold. We had help." "From whom?" Liana asked. Ashai's golden eyes glinted. "From whatever lies beyond us," she said. "Beyond you. The stranger at the door. The hand on the wheel. Call it what you will. It is not God, not as you mean it. It is merely the place where all songs go when they end. Mende. D. Leanna tried to imagine such a thing. A vast, dark plain where all stories lay quiet. The thought frightened her more than the idea of endless rebirth. It meddled, Ashai said. Perhaps out of curiosity. Perhaps out of self-defense. Your world pressed too hard against its walls. The dead came too thick upon it. It could not swallow you fast enough, so it spat you out again in pieces. Her mouth twisted. We took advantage of its mistake. Leanna shivered. How? You had already broken the covenant, Ashai said simply. You had slain more of us than we cared to count. You had used our trees as ornaments and beams in your halls. You had chopped down our watchers to make space for your god septs. When the wheel cracked, we saw our chance. We sent our roots into the new fractures. We wrapped your souls in our branches as they fell. We told the dead, you will not go beyond yet. You will sleep in us and we will decide when you wake. Leanna swallowed. That's slavery. As you practiced it upon us first, Ashai said. We learned from you, as you once learned from us. But we did not chain your bodies. Only your endings. Each new life was chosen to mend something the old one had broken. Sometimes we were cruel. Sometimes we were gentle. We have argued about which worked better ever since. No. Leanna stared into the fire. Sparks leapt up, then died. In one branch, Ashai said softly. We placed the soul of a butcher inside a babe born blind in a village he had once burned. He grew to be a good man. He never took a life. He died defending his village from the same cruelty he had once inflicted upon it. In another, we set a queen's soul in the belly of a fishwife she would never have glanced at in her first life. She died in childbirth and never wore a crown again. None. That's monstrous, Leanna whispered. It saved lives, Ashai said. In that branch at least. In others, we failed worse. We put tyrants in positions with just enough power to serve but not enough to rule, and they clawed their way upward again regardless. We gave gentle hearts too much strength and watched them soften when steel was needed. We nudged and pulled and twisted, and still you found ways to carve blood into the world. Me. Maybe because you kept pulling our strings, Leanna said. Maybe if you had left us alone. We left you alone for thousands of years, Ashai said sharply. Look where that brought us. Leanna flinched but did not back down. You can't know what we would have done if you'd let the dead stay dead. No, Ashai said. We cannot. That is why we called you, to make us decide whether we want to find out. Leanna had no answer to that. She drew her knees up, resting her chin on them. The fire crackled. Above them, the stars turned slowly, ancient and indifferent. Sleep, Ashai said after a time. We have a long walk yet. Leanna closed her eyes. Sleep did not come at first. When it did, it came tangled with dreams that felt too sharp to be entirely her own. She saw herself standing at the prow of a ship made of bones, sailing down a river of starlight. The banks were lined with weirwoods, their branches reaching out to touch her hair as she passed. In each of their faces she saw someone she had been. A boy with a wooden sword, a woman with a babe at her breast, an old man with shaking hands, a girl with wolf blood in her smile. Which of you will choose? The trees whispered. She reached for them and woke with her hand clenched around empty air and frost crusting her eyelashes. They walked for days. The north in this branch of the river was both familiar and wrong. Old landmarks wore new faces. Hills she remembered as bare were crowned with villages whose stones had never known her steps. Roads had shifted like snakes shedding their skins. Sometimes they passed crude statues half buried in snow, men and women carved from oak, their faces made to look like weirwoods, their eyes painted red. Once, they came upon a ring of standing stones around a naturally grown heart tree, each stone etched with names in a dozen different scripts. Pilgrims, Ashai said when Leanna asked. Your kind come to stand before the trees and tell us who they have been. They think this will sway us when we weigh them. Does it? Leanna asked. Sometimes. Ashai said quietly. They met few people in those first days. A shepherd and his daughter driving lean sheep south ahead of a storm. A band of silent men in rough-spun gray robes, each with a strip of weirwood bark bound over his eyes, walking single file with their hands on the shoulder of the one before them. "Who are they?" Lyanna whispered as they pressed themselves off the road to let the men pass. "Witnesses," Ashai murmured. They gave their eyes to the trees so that they might see more clearly. They travel the long roads and listen. They bring us stories. No. Lyanna wondered suddenly how many of those stories were hers. On the 7th day, they reached the wall, or what had once been the wall. Lyanna had seen it before, in other lives. A sheet of ice stretching from horizon to horizon, hundreds of feet high, veined with blue and white, and the ghosts of old wars. A barrier that had felt eternal until, in one terrible branch, it fell. Here, the wall was something else entirely. The bones of it remained, a jagged spine of ice and stone marking the edge of the world she knew. But it had been remade. Trees grew along its crown, tall pines, twisted oaks, weirwoods whose pale trunks glowed faintly even under the cloudy daylight. Roots had bored through ice and stone alike, binding them together. Where once there had been a gate of iron and wood, there was now an archway grown from living wood, its branches interlaced in a pattern that made Lyanna's eyes ache if she looked at it too long. Men stood before it, though even at a distance she felt the difference in them. Their black cloaks were stitched with pale threads that might have been rude or vain. Their swords, if those could truly be called swords, were grown rather than forged, long splinters of some dark, flexible wood that shimmered faintly green where the light hit them. "The Night's Watch," Lyanna whispered, though the words felt ill-fitting in her mouth. Or something like it. "The Root Wardens," Ashai said. "The last remnant of an old oath, reshaped. They serve the wall that is, not the one that was." The men watched their approach without moving. Their faces were pale against the dark of their hoods, their eyes unreadable. As Lyanna and Ashai drew within hailing distance, one of them stepped forward. He was young, perhaps 19 or 20, with the stark look about him that seemed carved into the bones of this place. Long face, gray eyes, the suggestion of an old, quiet sadness. "Halt," he said, raising his grown sword. The wood blade did not tremble in his hand. "This gate is not for common passage." Ashai stopped. Lyanna did the same. "We seek to the north," the singer said calmly. "The far north. No one goes beyond the root line without sanction," the young man replied. His eyes flicked to Lyanna, resting briefly on the weirwood mark that had bled through the fabric over her heart. "Not even those marked?" Lyanna frowned. "Marked?" The young man's gaze returned to her face. Something like recognition flickered there, then vanished too quickly for her to be sure. "You've just woken," he said. It was not a question. Lyanna's hand went instinctively to her chest. "You know about that." "We all do," he said. "Everyone in the kingdoms knows, at least in stories. The Treeborn. The ones the children drag back from the stranger's door and stuff into new skin." His mouth tightened. "Some think it's a blessing. And you?" Lyanna asked. The wind picked up, tugging at his hair. "I think it's an answer to a question we never had the right to ask," he said. "Your vows bind you to the wall," Ashai said. "Not to barring our path. We made your order, boy. Long before your grandsire's bone was quickened, we set those black cloaks on shoulders and set their feet on these stones. Dead. And you also bound the dead in roots that were meant to stand witness, not rule," the young man said steadily. "The old tales say you gave us the wall as a gift. The new ones say we're paying for it still." Lyanna blinked. She had not expected such open defiance from someone in black. Ashai regarded him inscrutably. "What is your name, Crow?" "I am no crow," he said. "I am a warden of the root and wall. My name is John." Lyanna's heart lurched. Another echo. Another thread in the tangled skein. John. It was a name she had loved in more than one life. She wondered which of them this young man wore in his bones, or whether he was just one of the countless others who had borne that sound like a banner through their brief human span. "John," Ashai repeated, "you smell of wolf and snow and stubbornness. Your line has stood on these stones before. Step aside." "I can't," he said, and this time something like pain flickered across his face. "Not without sanction from the one who sits the root chair on the southern side. Not without word from the North's voice in the trees. The last time someone went north without asking, the wall woke and tried to eat him. We're still finding his bones in the ice." "May." Lyanna stared past him at the archway. The branches that formed it twisted in a subtle, slow motion, like a hand flexing. For a moment she fancied she saw faces in the wood, not carved but grown there. Eyes bulging, mouths opened in frozen screams. "Ashai," she said quietly, "if the trees themselves don't want us to pass, how do you expect to go through?" "The roots do not speak with one tongue," Ashai said. "They argue, as I told you. Some would keep all south of here. Some would keep all north. Some would pull the wall itself down and stitch the wound it covers shut." She nodded toward the gate. "The ones twining that archway are young. They bark loudest. But the deep roots understand that the boy who waits beyond them will not come to us. We must go to him." John's jaw clenched. "The boy beyond is not just a boy," he said. "He is the North's memory. The king that was and isn't. I don't know what you are, Singer, but I know this. Every time someone goes to him, they come back. Different. Or not at all." "No. Ashai smiled thinly. "Then it is fortunate for us that we have no intention of coming back the same. Or perhaps at all." Lyanna stepped forward. "John," she said, "look at me." He did. For a moment their gazes locked, and she felt something pass between them. Not recognition exactly, but the faint, disorienting sense that they had stood like this before. On a night much like this, with a wall behind them and a choice before them. "You said the kingdoms know about us," she said. "About the ones the children bring back. What do they say?" He hesitated. "That you're touched by the trees. That you're meant to mend what you broke. That you're dangerous." His eyes dropped briefly to her knife. "That some of you go mad." "And what do you say?" she asked. He lifted his stare back to her face. "I say anyone the trees pull back must have something in them the world isn't done with yet," he said. "Or something the trees aren't done using." A wry note crept into his voice. "We don't always get to choose which." Lyanna's throat tightened. "The children want me to choose something that concerns all of us," she said. "Not just the North. Not just the people who pray to the old gods. Everyone with blood and bone." Ow. Her words hung in the air. Behind John, the wall interlaced with wood creaked softly, as if listening. "What choice?" he asked. "Whether this cycle ends," Lyanna said. "Whether anyone else gets dragged back from the brink. Whether the trees go on holding the dead, or whether they let go and let us be. Whatever we're meant to be on the other side." She glanced at Ashai. "And if the trees let go, they might have to loosen their hold on everything else." John's face went very still. "You mean the children might go back to what they were before?" "The roots would sink deeper," Ashai said. "Pull their song farther from yours. We would cease to be your wardens, or your jailers if you prefer. The world would belong to you again in a way it has not for many lives. The consequences of that belong to you as well." John stared up at the wall, then down at his hands. Lyanna saw the struggle there plain as day. Duty and fear and hope tearing at him like wolves at a carcass. "The last man who tried to change the way of things broke the sky," he said softly. "You've seen that, haven't you? In whatever lives you remember?" Lyanna remembered too well. Dragons wheeling over a city as green fire consumed it. A girl with silver hair standing amid falling ash with her eyes gone as cold as any White Walker's. The moment the wheel had shattered and time had flown apart like shattered glass. "Yes," she said. "And now you want me to let you go north," he said. "To the place where the worst of all that began. To talk to the boy who helped break the wheel in the first place. To ask him whether you should put it back together or throw it away completely." "Nanda." "Something like that," Lyanna said. John laughed once, humorless. The gods love their jests. Ashai's head tilted. "We do not love, we remember." John looked at her. "And do you remember what came of the last time your kind made a choice like this without asking anyone?" Ashai did not look away. "We remember everything," she said. "That is why we ask now. That is why we send her." He stared at Lyanna for a long moment. "You may pass," he said at last. He stepped aside, lowering his grown sword. "I'll vouch for you. If the gate eats anyone, it will be me. And if the North's memory decides to unmake you, at least I'll have the dubious honor of having let the end of the world walk past me first." Lyanna's breath left her in a rush. "Thank you," she said. "Don't thank me yet," he said. "Talk to him. Listen. If what he says scares you more than what she offers." He nodded at Ashai. "Come back. Tell us. We'll stand with you in whatever comes next. Even if it means telling the trees no." Lyanna felt her heart jolt. "You'd do that? Stand against the children?" Joan's mouth quirked. "We stood on this wall once against ice demons from a nightmare, and the dead men they dragged behind them. Our orders have changed. Our oaths haven't." His gaze slid to Ashai. "We protect the realms of men from whatever threatens them." Ashai regarded him for a moment, then inclined her head. The gesture small, but not without respect. "Remember that, Lyanna," she said softly, as they stepped beneath the living archway and into the shadow of the remade wall. "For all their hunger, some of your kind still know how to stand." Passing under the arch felt like stepping into a giant's mouth. The branches closed over them, weaving tighter for a heartbeat, shutting out light and sound. Lyanna smelled sap and earth and something metallic, like old blood on rusted iron. The weirwood mark over her heart burned. Images flickered behind her eyes, roots wrapping around bones, faces pressed into tree bark, eyes opening where no eyes should ever be. Then they were through. The air north of the wall was different. Not just colder, sharper, cleaner, as if she had been breathing smoke all her life and only now tasted untainted air. The snow lay deeper here, untouched by tracks. The land rolled away in white hills and black rocks crusted with ice. Far in the distance, the faint blue shadow of farther mountains reared up, their peaks veiled in cloud. Lyanna drew a long breath. It hurt, but in a good way. "How far?" she asked. Ashai's eyes went distant. "He moves," she said. "Not in the clumsy way your kind does, but through roots and memory. Still, there is a place he returns to when he grows lonely. We go there." "Where?" Lyanna asked. Ashai smiled. "A small secret thing. To a tree that would have been a throne," she said. "If your kind had understood it." They walked. North of the wall, time seemed to stretch. Days bled into one another, marked only by the slow passage of the sun and the waxing and waning of the moon. They passed the shattered remnants of old things, the broken stones of a first men's fort half swallowed by ice, the toppled columns of a structure unlike any Lyanna had seen, carved with symbols that made her eyes ache. "Others walked this way once," Ashai said when she asked. "Not yours. Not ours. They left when they saw what was coming. The wise sometimes flee. Aye. At night, they sheltered under rocky overhangs or in the hollows of old trees. Lyanna's dreams grew stranger. Sometimes she saw Bran clearly, a boy in furs and leather, older than he had been in the stories. Eyes milky white as if blind yet seeing too much. Other times he appeared only as a presence in the corner of her mind, a weight on the branches of the great invisible tree that seemed to stretch across all her sleep. Once, She woke to find herself standing in the snow a good 20 paces from their camp, barefoot, staring at a crooked, stunted weirwood whose bark was split and blackened. Her soles did not feel cold, though frost clung to her toes. "You walked with your eyes shut," Ashai said, as if commenting on the weather. "Your feet know the way even when your mind does not." Leanna rubbed her arms briskly. "I don't like being dragged around in my own sleep." The singer's eyes glinted in the moonlight. "Get used to it," she said. "You are not the only one steering this body." Leanna almost told her to stop, to get out. But the truth pressed cold against her ribs. Without the children's clawed fingers tangled in her soul, she would not be here at all. She would be wherever the dead went when the trees did not catch them. She was a passenger in a vehicle they had built. That knowledge sat sour in her gut. On the 14th day, the land rose in a gradual, relentless slope toward a low ridge. The trees thinned, then vanished altogether, leaving only scrub and rock and patches of wind-scoured ice. The air tasted of nothing now, not even snow. At the crest of the ridge they stopped. Below them, in a shallow bowl sheltered on 3 sides by higher ground, stood a single tree. It did not look like the heart trees of the southern godswoods. It was taller, for one thing, a pale giant that towered above the hollow, its branches spreading out like a frozen fountain of bone-white limbs. Its trunk was thick enough that a dozen men with clasped hands could not have circled it. Roots as wide as roads radiated outward, some breaking the surface of the snow in great knobs, others diving down into the unseen depths. No face was carved into its bark. It did not need one. Leanna felt its gaze on her skin like a weight, though there were no eyes to see with. The weirwood mark over her heart throbbed. Her vision blurred at the edges, then snapped back into a clarity so sharp it hurt. "He is here," Ashai said quietly. Leanna swallowed. "Where?" The singer's smile was not unkind. "Everywhere," she said. "And there?" She nodded toward the base of the tree. A boy sat with his back against the trunk, wrapped in furs. His legs were straight before him, useless. His hair was dark, his face pale and sharp, more bone than flesh. His eyes were open, but they did not look at the world around him. They stared instead at something far beyond it, something only he could see. "Brandon Stark," Leanna said without meaning to. His eyes focused. For a moment, they were winter blue, as they had been in life. Then they went pale, then deep green. Then every color at once as reflections of 1,000 different skies moved through them. When they settled finally, they were neither human nor tree, but some amalgam of both, speckled like dappled light through leaves. "Leanna," he said. He spoke her name like a man tasting water after a long thirst. She froze. "How do you know?" "I have known you 100 ways," Brand said. "As my aunt? Once. As a girl who brought me apples in the yard. As a woman who slit my throat and wept. As a boy whose hand I held when the other's shadows seemed too long. As a king who made a choice I could not make myself." His mouth curved faintly. "In this branch, we have never spoken. Not until now. But the roots don't care. They mix everything together. They don't believe in firsts." "Nay?" Ashai moved forward. Brand's gaze slid over her, and something in the air tightened. "Leaf's child," he said. "Ashai," she corrected. "Leaf is in the roots now. I am what was left of her song." "Leaf never did know when to stop meddling," Brand said, though there was no real censure in his tone. A faint smile ghosted across his lips. "Perhaps that's why I liked her. We have come because the roots argue," Ashai said. "Because the wheel is cracking under its own weight. Because some of us want to end the song of men, and some do not. And we are too tangled in our own past to hear the future clearly." "No." Brand's gaze returned to Leanna. "So they sent you," he said. "Yes," she said, throat dry. "They want me to decide." "That sounds like them," he said. "And like you. In every life I've seen, you run toward choices no one else will touch." She shook her head. I don't even remember those lives. Memories are overrated, he said mildly. It's what you do with the ones you have that matters. A laugh bubbled up in her chest. Easy for you to say. You remember everything. None. Kai. He looked down at his hands. That's the problem, he said quietly. Silence fell. The tree behind him seemed to hum, though there was no wind to stir it. Liana felt that sound in her bones. It wasn't a song, not exactly, but it held all the parts of one. Rhythm, tone, the suggestion of a melody too large to hear all at once. Did you know, Bran said suddenly, that the first time I touched the heart tree in Winterfell I was afraid? Liana blinked. You? Afraid? Yes, he said. Not of what I'd see, of what I'd lose. I knew somehow that if I looked too long I'd stop being just myself. That other selves would crowd in. That I'd never be able to say I again without hearing 1,000 other voices say it with me. None. That's all. He smiled faintly. I was right. Liana hesitated. Do you regret it? He considered the question for a very long time. I regret that I didn't have a choice, he said at last. Not really. I fell. I lived. I lost my legs. I was pushed and prodded and drawn north. The trees needed someone, and I was there. The children needed a bridge, and I was willing. Or young enough to be made willing. It's hard to say which. No day. He looked up at her. I don't regret seeing everything, he said. But I regret knowing how little anyone's life matters, and how much it still hurts when they end. Liana lowered herself to sit across from him. Her legs ached from the long walk, but something in her relaxed the moment she touched the ground beneath this tree, as if it had been waiting for her. You're the North's memory, she said. John called you that. The root wardens, the children, everyone. You've been advising them. In some branches, he said. In others, I never came back from the cave. In some, the wall fell, and I fell with it. In this one, they needed someone to remember. The children had their own song, but they did not know how humans heard it. The humans had their own history, but it was full of holes. I sat between. No, that's all. And now? She asked. Now the roots are tired, he said. And so am I. The admission startled her. Tired? She echoed. You can't tire. You're part of this. She gestured vaguely to the tree, the air, the web of invisible threads she could feel humming just beyond her understanding. Even trees die, Bran said. Ask Ashai. She's seen groves fall that were old when the first Stark learned to walk. No. Ashai inclined her head. True, she said. But we root ourselves in new shapes. We grow elsewhere. We leave seeds. Bran's gaze did not leave Lyanna's. The question is whether we should keep planting you, he said, or let the soil rest. She swallowed. They told you? No one had to, he said. I hear them arguing. Some of their voices are loud. Some of them are mine. She stared. Yours? I've been in the roots a long time, he said dryly. Some of me never left. In some branches, I am the roots. In others, I'm just stuck, lounging like a spider in the center of a web too big for me to comprehend. I sent my thoughts along the branches, looking for patterns. I found you. No, not why. He smiled ruefully. You're very loud. Did you know that? All those lives, all that anger, all that stubborn refusal to give up. The children tugged your threads so many times it's like a rope now. You might be the only human who could pull them if you chose. Lyanna's skin prickled. Pull them where? Back, he said. Or forward. Away. It depends what you decide. Now. She tipped her head back, staring up into the impossible tangle of branches overhead. It felt like looking into someone's skull. I don't understand, she said. Why does it have to be me? Why can't you decide? You're in all of this. You see everything. That's precisely why I can't, he said. I see too much. I can justify anything if I squint at it from the right branch. In one river, the children save the world. In another, they strangle it. In one, humans destroy everything they touch. In another, a single act of kindness ripples out and averts a war. Every time I think I've found the right answer, I see another line that shows me its shadow. Me. Benda. He spread his hands helplessly. I need someone who knows enough to understand what's at stake, but not so much that they drown in possibilities. Someone who's been hurt enough by all this to want change, but not so much they want to burn it all down. Liana snorted. That sounds like an impossible person. Or someone who's died a lot without staying dead, he said. Someone like you. She laughed despite herself. It came out more like a sob. If you're trying to flatter me into this, it's not working. I don't flatter, he said. I ask. She was quiet for a long time. The air around them hummed with lives in progress. She could feel them as faint vibrations now, like the tremor of distant hoofbeats. Somewhere in a southern city, a babe took its first breath. Somewhere on a battlefield, a soldier cried out his last. Somewhere in a village on the Bight, an old woman looked up from her weaving with sudden, inexplicable dread. What happens if I say no? She asked. Rand's gaze did not waver. Then the roots will decide without you, he said. They will keep doing what they've done, catching your souls, sorting you like stones on a beach, rolling you back into the river when they think you might wear down some sharp edge. They may grow harsher. They may grow kinder. They will not stop. And if I say yes? She asked. Then they will listen, he said. At least this once. They will let go, or they will pull tight. They will shape themselves to your choice. And you? She asked. He smiled, small and tired. I will do what I always do, he said. Remember? Ashai shifted. He will also abide, she said. We are bound by the bargains we make, even when we regret them later. Liana rubbed her temples. Say I choose to end it, she said. To let go. The children withdraw. The roots stop catching the dead. We're free. The word tasted like metal. What then? Do we still have magic? Do we still have whatever cracked the wheel in the first place? Some of it, Brand said. Magic isn't something you can turn off like a candle. It's woven into the bones of the world. Dragons would still be dragons. Shadows would still be shadows. Some men would still see more than others in their dreams. But it would be thinner, harder to grasp, less organized, like mist instead of water in a riverbed. And the children? She asked. We would go deeper, Ashai said. Back into the oldest woods. Our song would become quieter to your ears. We would cease choosing lives for you. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly. We would cease saving you from yourself. Liana looked down at her hands. Dirt clung stubbornly under her fingernails, from that first clawing from the earth. It felt symbolic, though she did not know of what. What if we've learned enough? She asked quietly. What if this endless rebirth has taught us something? If we stop it now, do we lose that? Rand shook his head. You can't unlearn what's already inside you, he said. The lives you've lived are seeds. They've sprouted in strange ways. The question is whether to keep watering them the way the children have been, or let them find their own rain. Ashai's voice thinned, almost a hiss. And if your kind decides that their freedom is more important than the world's survival, she asked. If they learn that death is no longer a pause but an end, and they panic? If they cling harder to their thrones, their borders, their power, because they know they will not get another turn? Then perhaps it was never the trees that made them cruel, Brand said calmly. Perhaps it was always just them. Liana closed her eyes. Images rose behind them, unbidden. A queen standing over a burning city. A kneeling boy crowned with a circlet of iron in a snow-swept courtyard. A faceless man slipping a knife into a tyrant's heart. A shepherd teaching his children to plant trees where a battlefield once lay. All of them lives in the cycle. Some nudged by the children, some shoved, some left alone. "Let me see," she said suddenly. "Not everything, just enough." Bran did not ask what she meant. He reached out, placing his hand over hers. His skin was warm. The tree behind him shuddered. Lyanna's breath caught. For a moment she felt every root in the world flex. Then her sight narrowed, tunneled, focused. She stood in a city of white stone and green banners, watching as a man with a scarred face opened his arms to a flood of refugees from a distant, drowned shore. "We have enough," he said, though his advisors told him otherwise. That single act of stubborn kindness would ripple out through centuries. His grandson would write the laws that ended the trade in human flesh. A girl from one of those refugee families would grow up to save an entire harvest from blight with a new kind of crop she'd invented from desperation. She blinked. She knelt by a river, hands black with coal dust, as a boy coughed his lungs out in her lap. He died before the healer could come. In another branch, his death made her hate the mines and the men who ran them. She would join a rebellion and burn the manager's house, killing 3 children in the process. In this one, she took her grief and turned it into rules and ropes and new shafts with better supports. Fewer boys died afterward, though some still did. She blinked. She stood on a hill watching an army assemble below, banners snapping in the wind. In one branch, she rode down and met their leader with a white flag. They talked all night beneath the stars, and in the morning, both armies went home. In another, she ordered the archers to fire and turned the valley below into a grave. The children had nudged her in both. A dream of burning fields in one, a dream of her own head on a pike in the other. She chose differently each time for reasons that could not be reduced to any one push. Lyanna watched herself trying, failing, succeeding, growing cruel to survive, growing gentle despite every reason not to. She saw other people making choices that had nothing to do with trees or roots or destiny, choices that arose from love or fear or boredom or sheer bloody-mindedness. When the visions released her, she was on her knees, gasping. Bran's hand had left hers. The tree loomed above, its branches thrumming. Well? Ashai asked softly. Lyanna wiped the back of her hand across her mouth. Her fingers came away wet. She didn't know if it was tears or sap. "I saw us," she said. "Trying, failing, changing. In some branches, your meddling helped. In others, it made things worse. In some, it didn't matter at all." She looked up at Ashai. "You think you're steering the wheel. You're not. You're just adding weight. Sometimes the wheel turns better because of you. Sometimes it cracks faster." "Nay, I'm gay." Ashai's eyes narrowed. "You have lived long enough under our mercy," she said. "Do not mistake your limited sight for wisdom." "I don't," Lyanna said. "I'm saying none of us know enough to keep playing gods with everyone else's endings." Her gaze turned to Bran. "You said you regretted not having a choice," she said. "About becoming this, about tying yourself to the trees. What would you choose now if you could?" He hesitated. Lyanna watched his face closely. He looked very young in that moment. Younger than Jon at the gate. Younger than she had been the first time she bled. "I would choose to remember less," he said finally. "To carry only what's mine. To help when I can, but not be strung through every life like a thread holding a broken garment together." "Would you choose to live again?" she asked. "Ace, just yourself?" He smiled faintly. "I don't know if I remember how," he said. "But I'd like the chance to try." Lyanna took a deep breath. The cold seared her lungs. "In one of my lives," she said slowly, "I stood before a tree in Winterfell and swore I'd serve the song. That I'd atone for what we broke. I didn't understand then what that meant. I thought it meant doing what the trees wanted. Killing who they pointed me at. Dying when they called. I let them steer me. I thought that was duty." "No." She looked at Ashai. I was wrong. Duty isn't doing what you're told. It's knowing what you're capable of and choosing not to do all of it. It's mercy when you could be cruel. It's saying no when the easy thing would be to say yes and be caring. Ashai's lip curled. Fine words, she said. But words do not mend rivers. No, Lyanna said. Choices do. She rose. The weirwood mark over her heart burned hotter than it ever had. She reached up, fingers digging into it through the fabric of her cloak, as if she could claw it out. Pain lanced through her chest, bright and clean. I won't let you unmake us, she said. Each word fell heavy, like a stone dropped into deep water. Not like that. Not all at once. Not because you're tired of watching us stumble. We deserve the chance to fall on our own. In a stand. Ashai's eyes flashed. You would condemn the world to more of your wars, she hissed. Your poisons. Your noise. Hey. Go. I would give it the chance to grow without you smothering it, Lyanna shot back. You talk about balance. There's no balance in putting your thumb on the scale every time. Sometimes you're right. Sometimes you're wrong. Always you take away the meaning of what we do by catching us when we fall so you can throw us somewhere else. She turned to Bran. Can they stop? She asked. If I ask them to, will they listen? He was very still. The tree behind him quivered. Yes, he said. If you bind it with your blood. If you call back the old bargain and make a new one. Me. And, Lyanna laughed. Breathless. Of course it's blood, she said. It's always blood. Ashai took a step forward, eyes burning. Think, she said. If we let go, there will be no more second chances, no more waking in new skins. When a butcher carves a village apart, those lives are gone forever. When a queen burns a city, those screams will never be balanced by a life where she chooses otherwise. Every cruelty will be final. Every kindness too small. That's what makes them matter, Lyanna said softly. That's what gives them weight. She drew the knife from her belt. Bran's eyes widened a fraction. Lyanna, he said. Show me, she said to him. Where to cut, where to bind. He looked at Ashai. The singer's mouth set in a hard line. If you do this, she said, you will end the song we have been singing since the first tree took root. You will send us back into the dark, voiceless, while you drown the world in your shouts. We will still be here, Lyanna said. We'll still hear you, if we choose to listen. You don't need to hold our souls to make us respect you. Let us earn that. Me. Ashai's hands curled into claws. For a moment, Lyanna thought she might leap, might tear the knife from her grasp, might drive roots into her heart. The air crackled, charged with the weight of all the lives hanging in this choice. Then the singer did something Lyanna had not expected. She bowed. Very well, Ashai said, and her voice was like leaves cracking under the first frost of winter. Again, we trust your kind. Again, we give you the world and hope you do not burn it to ash. Perhaps we are the fools after all. She straightened. But know this, Lyanna of the many lives. If you make this choice, the roots will remember you. If your kind breaks the world beyond mending, there may be no one left to catch you, not even us. Lyanna met her gaze steadily. Then I'll make sure we don't, she said. You won't be there to see it, Ashai murmured. That's the point, Lyanna said. No more watching ourselves in different skins? No more circling back? We get one try. That's enough. Bran exhaled slowly. Come here, he said. She knelt beside him. He took her hand in both of his and placed it on the ground between them. Palm down, fingers spread. Cut along the lines, he said quietly. Let the blood touch the root. She swallowed and pressed the blade to her skin. The pain was sharp and bright. Blood welled up, dark and thick. It steamed slightly in the cold air. Bran guided her, pressing her hand down until her palm lay flat against one of the great roots radiating from the weirwood's trunk. The wood was warm. Lyanna's blood seeped into it. For a heartbeat, Nothing happened. Then the world wrenched sideways. She felt the roots recoil and reach, all at once. Felt them jerk away from 1,000 graves, 1,000 cradles, 1,000 doors where they had waited to catch souls as they fell. Felt them loosen their grip on the soft, glowing things tangled in their invisible web. She heard the cries of the dead waking in the darkness beyond the trees, and finding, at last, no hands reaching for them. Some were terrified. Some were relieved. Some were simply ready. She felt the outrage of the oldest roots, the ones that had sunk their teeth into human souls 10,000 years ago and did not know how to let go. She felt the wild, hesitant joy of the youngest saplings, who had never quite understood why they were made to drink blood. She felt Ash-Eye's scream, silent in the air and deafening in her bones. And beneath it all, she felt something else. Applause. Not loud. Not raucous. The slow, deliberate, approving sound of waves on a shore. The stranger at the door, clapping its thin hands. The thing beyond all of them, acknowledging a choice that had finally, after so many false starts, been made inside the river instead of outside it. Then it was over. Lyanna collapsed. She lay on her side in the snow, chest heaving, her cut hand throbbing. The weirwood mark over her heart burned, then cooled. For the first time since she woke under the roots, she felt alone. "Is it done?" she whispered. Bran's face swam into her view. He looked older somehow, lines carved deeper into the corners of his eyes. But when he smiled, it was a boy's smile, sudden and bright and real. "Yes," he said. "They've let go." She blinked. You're still here. For now," he said. "I'm woven too tightly to be pulled free all at once, but the threads are loosening. I can feel parts of me drifting. It's oddly peaceful." Ash-Eye knelt on Lyanna's other side. Her golden eyes were wet, though whether with sap or something stranger, Lyanna could not say. "You have silenced 1,000 voices," the singer said. "Songs that could have been sung again, lays that could have been woven differently, all so they might rest instead of being used." Lyanna swallowed. "I know." "Do you?" Ash-Eye asked. "You have been many, you have seen much, but you have not seen what we have lost today. The chance to mend, the chance to redirect, the chance to steal a soul back from cruelty and set it in gentler flesh. Maybe that's not your choice to make," Lyanna said softly. Ash-Eye's lips pressed thin. "You speak like the first men who came into our forests with axes and said, 'We will make homes, whether the trees like it or not.' You speak like us, when we made monstrous things in ice and bone to defend ourselves, and then lost them to their own hunger. You speak like every fool who ever thought they knew better than the song." "None." Lyanna forced herself to meet her gaze. "Yes," she said simply. "I do, because someone had to. And we're done making monsters to fix monsters. We're done trapping souls so we can rearrange them. We're done turning death into a workshop." Ash-Eye looked at her for a long time. Then, to Lyanna's astonishment, the singer laughed. It was a low, weary sound, but not without a thread of reluctant admiration. "You really are loud," she said. "Fine, Dot. Take your world. Take your one life. Take your fragile, foolish, fleeting choices. We will watch from the shadows. We will whisper when you come to the trees. But we will not catch you when you fall. Not like before." "Nandia." She touched Lyanna's injured hand lightly. The cut closed, leaving only a faint, pale scar in the shape of a branch. "Go," Ash-Eye said. "Live your last life, Lyanna of the Many. Make it worth all the ones you will never live now because of this." Lyanna blinked. "My last?" Ash-Eye smiled crookedly. "Did you think you'd escape the bargain entirely? You tied yourself to this choice with your blood. You will not be dragged back again. When you die, you will go where the rest of your kind go now." Her eyes softened. "Wherever that is." Liana's breath hitched. Fear fluttered in her chest, pale and panicked. No more second chances. No more waking. No more seeing who she might have been. "Good," she said. Bran's eyes shone. "What will you do?" he asked. She pushed herself upright, swaying slightly. The world felt different. There was a lightness in the air, a sense of absence, as if a great pressure had been lifted, as if the ground beneath her feet no longer hummed with the weight of countless trapped endings. "I don't know," she said honestly. "Find a village, plant something, build something, tear down something that needs tearing down. Tell people what I can without making them bow to trees they don't understand." She smiled, unexpected and fierce. "Live," Bran nodded. "That sounds nice," he said wistfully. "You could come," she said, half jesting. He laughed, a sound like wind through leaves. "I think my traveling days are done," he said. "I have roots now, but I might visit in dreams. Less often, in gentler ways." "Nay, shut," Ashai snorted. "He says that now." He shrugged, and for a moment the boy he had once been glinted through the vastness of what he had become. "Even gods get lonely," he said. "Or whatever I am." Liana rose fully, testing her weight. Her legs held. Her blood sang. The world seemed sharper somehow, but also more hers. She looked at the immense, faceless tree one last time. Its branches swayed, bending toward her in what might have been a bow or a stretch, or simply the play of a wind she could not feel. "Thank you," she whispered. "For everything. For nothing. For letting go." She turned and began the long walk back south. The snow blurred her tracks almost as soon as she made them. The sky stretched wide and pale above. Behind her, in the hollow with the impossible tree, a boy who had been a king and a memory and a root closed his eyes and let some of his selves drift away. In the deep woods, the children of the forest gathered in their remaining groves and argued in hushed, rustling voices about what this meant. This sudden absence of human souls in their roots. In the villages and cities of men, nothing changed immediately. Children were born. Old men died. A queen made a decree. A fisherman's boat sank in a storm. A thief decided, for reasons he could not articulate, to put his knife away and walk home. No one felt the moment when the wheel's unseen spokes slipped free of the roots that had been holding them. But in the years that followed, subtle differences grew. Some tyrants, knowing there would be no second life in which they might be better, ruled with a mercy that surprised even themselves. Others ruled with a cruelty sharpened by fear. Some people, hearing that the endless rebirth was done, fell into despair. Others, hearing the same, set down burdens they had carried for lifetimes without understanding why. In the forests, the weirwoods listened. They heard prayers spoken by people who knew now that they would not be recycled until they got it right. They heard apologies that had never before been made, because the people making them understood that this was their only chance. They heard anger too, and grief, and all the messy, raw things that came from knowing every day mattered in a way it never quite had under the root's shadow. The trees remembered. So did Liana. She walked until her legs ached, and then farther. She crossed the wall again, this time feeling only the chill of ice and not the wary clutch of living wood. John met her at the gate. There was something different in his eyes, a quietness she had not seen before. "It's done," he said before she could speak. "You felt it," she said. "We all did," he said. Some of the witnesses fell to their knees in the yards. The Septons in the south started shouting about the stranger changing its face. Even the Red Priest stopped talking for a moment. His mouth quirked. "I imagine they'll all find ways to make it fit their stories." "And you?" she asked. "Does it fit yours?" He looked up at the wall. For a moment, his face was turned away. When he looked back, there was a glint of something like hope there. "Maybe for the first time," he said. I feel like the vows I make here matter in a way no tree or god can rewrite. Maybe that's terrifying. Maybe it's freeing." She smiled. "That's what I told them." He snorted. "Of course it is." They walked south together for a time. He had leave from the rootwardens to see what the world looked like with the roots loosened. She had nowhere in particular to go, which meant she could go anywhere. They shared stories by campfires, his of life on the wall, hers of lives she could half remember now that the tree's grip on her mind had slackened. "In one of my lives," she told him, "I think I was your mother." He choked on his broth. "What?" She laughed. "Or your sister, or your aunt. It's hard to keep them straight." He stared at her as if weighing whether to be disturbed. "Let's just pretend this is the first time," he said finally. She grinned. "Agreed." In the deep woods, Ashai watched them from the shadows. Her golden eyes were thoughtful. "They will break things," one of the older singers said beside her. His voice creaked like an ancient branch. "Without us, they will shatter more than they mend." "They always did," Ashai said. "With us, they just did it in more interesting patterns." "Do you regret letting the girl cut the root?" the old singer asked. She thought of Liana's scarred palm, of Bran's small, tired smile, of the sudden hush in the roots when the last trapped soul slipped free. "Yes," she said. Then, after a heartbeat, "No." The old singer sighed. "You sound like the wind when it doesn't know which way to blow." "Perhaps I have been listening to humans too long," Ashai said. "Their contradictions are catching." He chuckled, a sound like dry leaves. "We will sing new songs," he said. "We will find new ways to matter. We will grow," Ashai agreed. The old singer gave her a sideways look. "Will you watch the girl?" he asked. "For a while," she said. "Until she needs me. Or until she doesn't." "Meh. Oh, Bay. And if she fails?" Ashai's smile was sharp. "Then the world ends as it always was going to," she said. "We do not own that. We never did. We only delayed it." She looked south, where two small figures walked along a road that would take them through ruined castles and thriving towns, dark forests and bright fields, places where people would ask them who they were and where they were going, and whether they had any stories to trade. "They will not know," the old singer murmured, "how close they came to being nothing but roots and song." "They don't need to," Ashai said. "They only need to live like it could happen again if they are not careful." "And will they?" he asked. She watched Liana throw her head back, laughing at something John had said. The sound carried faintly on the wind, bright and brief. "Some will," Ashai said. "Some won't. That was always the way." She turned back into the deeper shadows, her small form vanishing among the trees. In the years that followed, stories spread. Stories of a woman with a weirwood scar over her heart, who walked from the far north to the far south, teaching people how to listen when the trees were silent. Stories of a wall that no longer drank the souls of those who died defending it, but still stood as a testament to sacrifice. Stories of the children of the forest no longer dragging the dead back, but appearing at the edges of glades to watch births, to whisper warnings, to laugh quietly at human celebrations. Some said the endless cycle had been mercy. Some said it had been cruelty. Some said it had been both, as most of the things that shaped the world tended to be. In quiet moments, when the wind was right, those who stood beneath heart trees could almost hear another sound under the rustle of leaves. A slow, distant clapping, as if something beyond the stars were still applauding a choice made long ago by a woman who had been many and chose, finally, to be one. Liana grew older. She planted trees. She tore down walls. She made mistakes and could not undo them. She loved and lost, and did not get those loves back in other forms. She watched people die and knew, with a strange sharp clarity, that this was the only death they would ever have. Sometimes that knowledge broke her heart. Sometimes it made that heart swell so full she thought it would burst. Once, Near the end of her life, she returned to Winterfell. Not the ruined, empty Winterfell she had first walked through in this last life, but a repaired, bustling, stubbornly alive version of it. Children ran through the yard. Smoke rose from the smithy. The God's Wood stood green and quiet, the heart tree's eyes as red as ever. She knelt beneath it. "I did what I could," she whispered. "The rest is not up to me." The wind stirred the branches. For a moment, she thought she heard Bran's voice, faint and amused in the rustle of leaves. "It never was," he seemed to say. She smiled, closing her eyes. When the end came for her, it was not dramatic. Not on a battlefield. Not in fire or ice. She lay in a bed in a small room looking out on a stand of trees she had planted herself. Jon sat beside her, older now, his hair touched with gray. Ashai watched from the corner, unseen by most there. Lyanna's breath grew shallow. "I'm afraid," she said, surprising herself. "Me too," Jon said, taking her hand. Ashai stepped closer. "You have earned your fear," she said softly. "It means your life mattered to you." Lyanna laughed weakly. "Look at you," she murmured. "Talking like a human." Ashai tilted her head. "Look at you," she replied. "Making choices like a tree." Lyanna looked past them, through the window, to the trees outside. Their leaves stirred, though there was no wind. She fancied she saw faces in them, not carved but glimpsed in the patterns of light and shadow. People she had been, people she had never met. The world she was leaving. "Take care of it," she whispered. To Jon, to Ashai, to the unseen thing beyond the door, to all of them. Then she let go. There were no roots waiting to catch her, no branches reaching to weave her into another life. There was only the sensation of falling into a deep, soft dark. For a moment, just one, she felt something brush against her awareness. A hand, perhaps, or a leaf, or a wave. Well chosen, it seemed to say. Then there was nothing at all. In the world she left behind, people lived and died without waking again in other skins. They loved and lost and made choices that mattered because they would not be undone. The children of the forest watched. They sang. They remembered. They no longer forced humanity into an endless cycle of rebirth. But the echoes of that cycle remained, carried in old stories and into new ways of being. People spoke of second chances not as inevitabilities, but as grace they gave each other. They forgave knowing they might never see the ones they forgave again. The world did not end. Not yet. It broke, and mended, and broke again, as all living things do. It took its scars and built new things around them. Somewhere north of everywhere, under a tree that had once been meant as a throne, a boy who had been a king and a god and a memory sat with his back against the bark, eyes half closed. He no longer heard every life as it rose and fell. The chorus had thinned. The song had changed. He liked it better this way. He could listen now. Not to everything, just to enough. Unka. What he heard first were silences. They spread through the roots like dawn through fog, thin at the edges, then thicker, then a sudden brightness where there had always been soft, endless murmuring. Places in the world that had once been blinding with lives stacked atop lives went dim, not with death, but with completion. No more threads tugging back toward them. No more souls bouncing against the same bark skin like trapped moths. It should have frightened him. Instead, Bran let himself lean more fully into the tree and listen. Here, a woman in the Reach died in her sleep after 80-odd years that had never belonged to anyone but her. Her passing was quiet, like a candle going out on a windowsill in a house full of laughter. There were no other lives clinging to her, no echo selves waiting their turn. Just her, and the way her youngest granddaughter held her hand and whispered stories into the silence after, not knowing for the first time in centuries there would be no second hearing. There, A boy was born in White Harbor on a rainy spring night, squalling and pink, his mother exhausted, his father weeping with helpless joy. No ancient weight fell into him. No overfull cord pushing up against the walls of his skull. Only his own fragile, stubborn spark, new and small. He heard more of those now. Fewer restarts. More beginnings that did not carry endings in their bones. That, he murmured to the tree, is enough. The tree hummed in agreement. Or perhaps it only creaked in the cold. It was harder now to tell where the world ended and his imagination began. He thought he liked that. He did not hear Lyanna's soul vanish. He had been listening when she went. Not for her in particular, but for the unbinding she would feel. For the moment when the tree's hold on her thread snapped, not with violence, but with release. He had thought perhaps he might follow it, see where she went, out beyond him. He had not. That, he decided, was right. Some doors were not for him. Still, sometimes, when the wind struck the white branches just so, he fancied he could hear her laughing in the distance. Not bound in roots, not tangled among branches. Just going. He smiled faintly to himself. Good, he said. Snow blew in fine, glittering sheets along the ridge where his tree stood. He watched it for a time, content. He did not know how many years had passed since Lyanna cut her palm and pressed her blood to the root. Time felt different now. He counted fewer lives and more moments. When the first messenger came, he almost did not notice him. The man walked alone across the snowbowl below, in a dark cloak stiff with frost. His steps were slow, measured, the walk of someone who had done this many times before. He was neither young nor old, though the weathering on his face spoke of winters that could not be counted on fingers. A strip of bark, pale as bone, was bound over his eyes, hiding them. His hand rested lightly on the rough curve of a staff whose top had been carved into the suggestion of a weirwood leaf. A witness, Bran thought. The order had existed in a dozen forms over a dozen branches. Men and women who gave their eyes to the trees and walked the roads in exchange for dreams. In some lives, they had been feared as spies. In others, revered as saints. Here now, they were something in between. Listeners. Carriers of stories from villages no maester ever reached. Rarely did they come this far north. The man stopped at the very edge of the bowl, as if he could feel the line beyond which the tree's roots thickened like the ribs of a sleeping giant. Pale memory, he said. Bran let the sound of his voice travel up through the roots before he answered. Pale witness. The man's head turned slightly toward the tree. Is it you I speak to? He asked. Or the thing that was? Bran smiled. He knew what the man meant. The stories of the last 100 years had not been kind to the idea of someone who had once bound the whole world's lives through the roots. Plenty in the south called him the knot, something that had needed untying. Both, Bran said easily. Neither. Enough. The witness huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. Well, that's comforting, he said dryly. I bring tidings. The roots in the south hum with unease. The children sing of a disturbance they say they are forbidden to touch. Bran's spine stiffened very slightly against the bark. What disturbance? The witness shifted his weight. There are men in the south, he said carefully, who wish to bring the old ways back. The old ways? Bran asked. Not the pact, the witness said. Not the harvest oaths or the promises made on the Isle of Faces. The other thing. The cycle. They say the end of it was a mistake. They say it was a theft. They want second chances again. Not given by trees, given by themselves. Bran closed his eyes for a moment. Images flickered behind them without his willing it. Lyanna's blood on the root. Ashai's golden eyes, wet. The sudden hush when the last trapped soul slipped free. And how, he asked quietly, do they propose to do that? Patience, memory, the witness said. I have walked a long way. Let me sit before your tree while I speak. Even those without eyes grow tired of snow. Bran smiled despite himself. "Come closer," he said. "There's room." The witness picked his way down into the bowl, tapping with his staff, though he did not need to. His steps were sure. He stopped not quite within touching distance of the root Bran rested against and folded himself down, cross-legged, cloak pooling around him like a dark puddle. Up close, Bran could smell him. Sweat and wool and smoke, and beneath it all the faint, clean tang of sap. They had carved a sliver of weirwood into his staff then. The witnesses did that sometimes. It made the dreams clearer. "Name?" Bran asked. "Torrin," the man said. "Son of no one you'd remember, in a village too small to have a name of its own." Bran hummed. "You'd be surprised what I remember. Not as surprised as I am at what you forget, if the songs are true," Torrin said, unbothered. "The South has stories about you these days. They say you let the world slip through your fingers, that you could have held us all forever and chose not to." Bran's smile was thin. "Stories like to blame someone," he said. "I'm convenient." "And are they wrong?" Torrin asked. Bran thought of Lyanna kneeling in the snow, eyes fierce, blood on her palm. "If they are," he said, "I am content to be wrong with her." Torrin inclined his head. "So be it," he said. "Then listen. In Old Town, under the shadow of the High Tower, there is a man they call Hareth the Twiceborn. He was once a novice at the Citadel, or so the rumors claim, too fond of old tales of magic. When the cycle ended, he was just a boy. He grew up hearing his grandparents speak of lives, lived twice, of mistakes unmade in other skins. It's soured him." Bran could almost see him. A skinny lad with ink-stained fingers and a gaze that looked through his tutors rather than at them. His head full of things no one living really understood. "Go on," he said. Torrin's hands tightened slightly on his staff. "He has gathered people," he said. "Grieving mothers, old men who did not want to die, young fools who think danger kinder if they might have another chance to meet it again. He says the trees stole their birthright. He tells them the wheel was part of the world, and you and the children took it. He says he can spin it anew." Bran tasted something bitter at the back of his tongue. "Men have said they can do many things," he said. "Saying is not doing. The children seem to think he can," Torrin said. "Ashai herself sent dreams to the witnesses. We woke with blood on our pillows and sap on our tongues. She showed us a tree that was not a tree, grown in a place where no weirwood should stand." Bran's breath caught. "The Starry Sept," he said. Torrin's blind face turned toward him, startled. "You see it?" "I remember it," Bran murmured. "There are branches where that sept burned, others where it never was built. Here, it stands still, doesn't it?" "It does," Torrin said. "And in its crypt, beneath the altar of the Seven, Hareth has planted something pale and wrong. Ashai's dreams showed roots in stone, drinking blood that was not given but taken. Voices caught in the white wood, banging against it like fists on a door that will not open. Nai, Emdaya. Bran's fingers dug involuntarily into the root at his back. "And she can't touch it," he said. Torrin shook his head. "She says the bargain binds. They will not bind souls again. They will not pull or push. They will not make of humans what they once did. If they strike at Hareth, they break the pact as surely as if they had never let go at all. So she wants me to do it," Bran said. It was not a question. The witness tilted his head. "You or those you can nudge," he said. "She sent the dream to me. I walked north. I am only a man with no eyes. I cannot tear a weirwood from a sept, but I can carry words. That, at least, we witnesses may still do." Bran was quiet for a long while. "He's doing more than pretending," he said at last. "Hareth, he's found something. A crack. A way to make the roots catch again, but not in the way they did. He's trapping them." "Trapping who?" Torrin asked. The ones caught at the edges, Brand said slowly. The souls who died as the wheel was breaking. Some of them got stuck between the root-souled hunger and the stranger's door. I felt them. I thought they'd drift in time. He's scooping them up, using weirwood he has no right to, creating copies, echoes. Not true rebirth. More like he searched for the word. Cages, he said finally, made of wood and prayer and fear. Torin made a low, disgusted sound. Can it be stopped? He asked. Yes, Brand said, but not by me. Not directly. Because of the pact, Torin guessed. Because of what I am, Brand corrected. The more I do through the roots, the more I become them again. I'm already unraveling. If I start tying knots, I'll never come loose. He smiled without humor. And then all this will have been for nothing. So what then? Torin asked. We let Harith build his cage wheel in the dark. We send someone who understands why that wheel had to break, Brand said. Someone who believes in the bargain and isn't bound by it. Someone young enough to think the world can be changed and old enough to know what that costs. Torin made a skeptical noise. And where? Memory. Do you plan to find someone so neatly convenient? Brand's smile sharpened. I don't plan, he said. I listen, and I hear footsteps already moving. He turned his head slightly, though there was no one else to see. Far south of the wall, in a city that smelled of salt and smoke and fish, a girl sat on the rooftop of her mother's house and tried not to be anyone but herself. Mara's legs dangled over the edge, boots scuffing the pale stone. White Harbor sprawled below her in tiers and alleys, the moonlight turning its roofs to dull silver. The harbor itself glimmered darkly, ships at anchor bobbing on black water. Far out on the bight, the faint ghost of a larger shadow moved where a pod of whales breached, but she barely glanced at it. Her eyes were on the weirwood. It grew in the small godswood the Manderleys had allowed within the walls, tucked away behind the old keep. She could not see the face from here, only the pale reach of the branches, but she didn't need to. She knew every line of that carved mouth, every cut around those eyes. She had skinned her knees on its roots as a child. She had carved her own initials, badly, into the back of one root when she was 9. That scar still made her wince when she thought of it, even more than her father's scolding did, because it had felt afterward like she had cut into something that could feel it. Do you think you know me? She asked the distant tree softly, under her breath. Because I'm not even sure I know me. Her breath puffed white in front of her and vanished. Sometimes, when she was very still, she could hear voices. Not the kind Uncle Wyman heard when he drank too much wine and swore the long-dead kings in the crypts were arguing about whose statue was handsomer. Not the muttering of the harbor, its constant clatter of speech and sea and gulls. These were quieter, cooler, like whispers under ice. They came at odd times. Once while she was binding a fishhook, once during a kiss behind the tanner's shed with Tomlin, whose lips had tasted of salt and smoke. Once while watching her brother Darren work the oars with the other young men on a trading galley, his laughter sounding too much like their father's for comfort. They said things she did not know, and yet understood. Hold your shield higher. Don't trust that smile. Turn left. Not right. They never told her anything grand. No prophecies. No visions of dragons in the sky or cities under ash. Just small things. Hints. Nudges. Sometimes she listened. Sometimes she didn't. The world went on much the same either way, as far as she could tell. Her mother blamed them on Mara's grandmother. She was too fond of old tales, Mother grumbled, kneading dough with more force than strictly necessary, always whispering to the tree as if it might answer. It got in your blood, that talking. Now you mutter in your sleep, and half the time you wake up knowing things you oughtn't. Me. Mara did not think knowing when a storm would hit a day before the harbor bells rang was knowing things she oughtn't, but she did not argue. It upset her mother, and her father, for all his shrewdness with coin and contracts. had the Northman's quiet dread of anything that smacked of magic. "Stay away from the gods, Wood," he said, whenever he caught her glancing at it too long. "Old gods or new, they don't give you anything for free. You remember that, girl?" She remembered. She ignored him anyway. A chill ran over her now as she watched the tree's pale outline. Not the ordinary night cold. Something deeper, as if a hand had reached inside her ribs and squeezed. Mara closed her eyes. The rooftop fell away. For a heartbeat, she was not herself. She was running through snow in boots too big for her feet, sucking in air so cold it seared her lungs. A boy laughed beside her, dark hair flopping into his eyes, cheeks flushed with exertion. "Faster, Liana," he called. "You'll never beat me if you keep tripping over your own toes." She made a rude gesture at him and ran harder, the heart tree of Winterfell looming ahead. Mara jerked back into her own skin with a soft, choked sound. Her hands had gone white-knuckled on the edge of the roof. Her heart hammered. "Liana," she whispered. The name tasted familiar and wrong on her tongue. She'd had flashes like that before, never so sharp. Shadows. A woman with silver hair on a black stone bridge. A man with a golden hand holding a sword too heavy for his age. A little girl with a stuffed bear clutched to her chest as she watched her house burn. Lives that were too big and too many for one girl sitting on a roof in White Harbor. She had never had a voice call that name. Not like that. "Liana," she repeated, and felt the name settle into her, not like an answer, but like a question that had been waiting a long time to be asked. A door creaked below. "Mara?" Her mother's voice called up the narrow stairs. "Girl, if you're up there talking to the wind again, I swear by all the gods." Mara slid off the roof and swung herself in through the open casement just as her mother pushed the door open with a hip. The small room smelled of wool and salt and the lingering tang of smoked fish. "I'm here," Mara said, forcing her voice light. Her mother eyed her, dark gaze flicking to the window. The rooftop, the line of her mouth. "You're too old to be climbing like a dock brat," she said, "and too old to be whispering to trees. There's talk enough in the market about the Weirwood girl. I won't have them calling you witch." "Maya." "They already do," Mara said, unable to help herself. Her mother's mouth thinned. She set the basket she carried down on the table harder than necessary. "Then give them less reason," she snapped. "The world's changed, or haven't you noticed? The gods don't tug people back and forth like they used to. We get one life now. One. That makes folk cling to it tighter. Makes them look harder at anyone who feels wrong." Mara swallowed. "Do you think I'm wrong?" "I think you're my daughter," her mother said after a moment. "And that's trouble enough." She began unpacking the basket with quick, efficient motions. Darren's coat was in it, folded carefully, the salt crusted at the edges from spray. Mara's heart skipped. "He's back?" she asked. "Storm drove them in sooner than expected," her mother said. A muscle in her jaw jumped. "They lost 2 men off the starboard oars. Your brother nearly went with them if Saren hadn't grabbed his belt. He'll be at the Lark by now, drinking himself stupid to forget the feel of hands slipping out of his." The room seemed to tilt slightly. Mara grabbed the back of a chair. "What?" her mother snapped. "Don't look at me like that. Death's not a stranger. Not here. Best make your peace with it early." "He might have died," Mara said, the words tasting unreal. "He might have." "He didn't," her mother cut in. "Save your tears for what happened, not what almost did." Mara nodded, though her throat was tight. Images pressed at the back of her eyes. A pair of hands reaching for the lip of a boat, knuckles white, nails tearing as a wave dragged them down. Water filling lungs. The cold, shock, still silence afterward. Her fingers tingled. What if they didn't have to? She asked before she could stop herself. The ones who fall overboard, the ones who slip in alleys or choke on bone or... "Don't say it," her mother hissed. Mara flinched. "What? Rebirth?" her mother spat, as if the word itself were poison. "Second chances. Second lives. All that old nonsense. That's for storybooks and old fools. The trees let go of that. The children swore it. We live once, we die once, and we go on. That's how it should be. But if it could be different... Her mother's hand cracked across her cheek before she saw it coming. Mara staggered, more from shock than pain. Her hand flew to her face. They stared at one another. "I'm sorry," her mother said after a heartbeat, voice shaking. "I shouldn't. I won't have you tempting fate, Mara. They say in the South there are men trying to drag that cursed wheel back. Men who steal bones from graves to plant in their gardens. Men who smear blood on bark to make the roots drink. If the children walk out of their trees and come looking for someone to blame, I won't have them staring at you." "I wasn't," Mara began. "You were," her mother said. "You always are. It's that look you get when you stare at the weirwood. Like there's something more out there you think you're owed." Her mouth twisted. "We aren't owed anything. Remember that." She picked up Darren's coat again and began scrubbing at the salt crust as if it had personally offended her. Mara touched her cheek. Her palm came away dry. Her skin stung. She swallowed whatever argument her tongue was ready to make and swallowed it down like bad medicine. "I'll go to the Lark," she said quietly. "Make sure Darren comes home." Her mother did not look up. "Do that," she said. The Lark was loud even from the street. Light spilled out through the warped glass panes, warmed by smoke and laughter and the sour reek of spilled ale. Mara pushed the door open and stepped into a wave of sound. Shouting men, squealing pipes, the boom of a hand on a table. The air was thick with pipeweed and sweat and the sharp tartness of cheap wine. She spotted Darren almost immediately. He was up on a table, of course, tankard in one hand, the other waving as he acted out some exaggerated version of the storm for a ring of attentive listeners. His dark hair was wet, his cheeks flushed, his eyes bright and too wide. "And then the wave comes up like the wall itself," he was saying. "And poor Hob grabs the side, swearing he'll never curse the maiden again if she'll just let him live. And the maiden's not one for bargains," someone called. Laughter. Darren grinned that easy grin that made people like him. "She's not, no," he said. "But the mother might be convinced. Or the father. Or..." His gaze flicked over the crowd and landed on Mara. "Or my baby sister, who thinks she knows better than all of them." Mara rolled her eyes as heads turned. "I certainly know better than you," she said, pushing through the press. "She always says that," Darren told his audience. "And she's usually right. Mara, this is Hob. Hob, Mara. You'd like each other, you've both got no sense of self-preservation." Hob was a thick-shouldered man with a nose that had been broken more than once. He lifted his tankard in her direction by way of greeting. His smile did not reach his eyes. "Mara," he said. "Heard you talk in your sleep. You a witch, then?" "Nah." The word silenced a few of the conversations nearby. Mara felt heat crawl up the back of her neck. "No," she said evenly. "I just listen better than some." Darren slid off the table, nearly toppling and catching himself with a laugh. "She's got fish guts for brains but a nose for storms," he said. "Saved my arse more than once by telling me when to stay off a boat. So watch your tongue." Hobbs snorted. "Storms I'll take," he said. "Ghosts I want. There's talk down by the docks." He leaned in, breath sour. "They say there's a man in Old Town who can drag a soul back if it leaves too soon. A man who can give you another go if the stranger knocks when you're not ready." Mara's heartbeat stumbled. Darren laughed. Too loud. "That again? You'll be telling me next the dragons are coming back to burn the harbor." "Laugh if you like," Hobbs said. "But my cousin's girl, she lost her babe last winter. Tiny thing barely bigger than my hand, cried once. Then nothing. The Septon said it was the Seven's will. That man down in Old Town?" He jerked his chin as if the city lay just outside the tavern. "He'd have said otherwise. Says the trees stole our second chances. Says he'll steal them back. The trees never gave them in the first place," someone muttered. "That was the children. And they stopped," another said. "A good thing. Don't fancy waking up in someone else's skin just because I slipped on a bloody fish scale. They say there was a woman, Hob insisted. Way up north. A woman with a scar over her heart like a leaf. The children used her to cut the rope. Well, this Harith, he says ropes can be retied. The name made the air in Mara's lungs go thin. Lyanna, she thought, unbidden. Stories, Darren said. Stories about stories. Go to Old Town if you like, Hob. See if he can bring your lost loves back. Myself, I'll take my chances with one life and a good catch. He slung an arm around Mara's shoulders. And my clever sister to tell me when the weather's going to piss on me. Hob's gaze slid over her again, measuring. You could make a lot of coin, he said slowly. If you went south? People like that? People who smell storms. People who hear voices. Mara forced a smile that felt brittle. I'm no good with coin, she said. Ask my father. I'd lose it all on the first foolish thing that crossed my path. Hob grinned. Like your fool of a brother, he said. Darren made as if to lunge at him. The others laughed. Someone shoved a tankard into Mara's hand. She drank out of reflex, the ale bitter and sour on her tongue. The word Harith stuck in her mind like a fishbone all night. She dreamed of roots and stone. She woke with blood on her pillow and her palm throbbing as if someone had cut it in her sleep. There was no wound, but a faint, pale scar in the shape of a broken branch had bloomed where none had been before. Ashai watched the scar form. She crouched on the roof outside Mara's window, bare feet curled over the edge, golden eyes reflecting the faint light from within. The girl tossed and muttered in her sleep, hand clutched to her chest. The weirwood mark there, Lyanna's mark, reshaped and softened by generations, glowed faintly through skin and cloth. So, Ashai murmured to the night, you found one. The old singer behind her shifted, wood-bark skin whispering softly against slate. You doubted? He asked. I doubted you'd find one in time, Ashai said. Humans burn fast. Their lives are short, their children scatter. It's hard to keep a sound pure in that kind of noise. She is not pure, the old singer said. She is loud. Ashai's lips twitched. Like the one before her, she said. Like many before. The old singer corrected. Your Lyanna was not the only chord you strung through your meddling. She was simply the one who cut the knot. No. Ashai let her gaze rest on Mara's sleeping face. The girl's features were ordinary in some ways. Dark hair, pale skin, the strong lines of the north in her jaw and cheekbones. And yet, in the angle of her nose, in the set of her mouth, Ashai saw echoes. You called her Lyanna, she said softly. I call all of them by the names they once wore, the old singer said. It makes it easier to remember which of our mistakes is which. Ashai chuckled quietly. You grow cynical in your sap old age, she said. He shrugged. I grew honest, he said. The human doings we interfered in will echo through our song for a long time. Even with the wheel broken, some chords hum louder than others. This girl is one. She hears ghosts because she is decorated in them. Not bound, Ashai said. No, he agreed. Just brushed. Ashai's fingers flexed. She could not forget the feeling of Lyanna's blood in the root. The way the world had lurched. The sudden emptiness in places that had once been crowded. It had hurt. It had also felt clean. I meant what I said, she murmured. We will not pull their souls anymore. We will not set them in new flesh like seeds in stolen soil. But this Harith, he makes of souls something worse than we ever did. He cages them, plays with them. Does he not break the bargain more than we would by stopping him? You gave your word, the old singer said. We cannot unmake that without unmaking ourselves. I gave my word not to bind them, Ashai said. I said nothing about helping them cut new ropes they try to throw around themselves. The old singer's eyes glinted. Word games, he said. How human of you. Someone in this tangle must learn to argue like them, Ashai said. else they'll twist themselves into knots without us. She dropped lightly from the roof to the street below. Watch the girl, she said. She will dream of Old Town soon, of roots and stone. We will see which way she turns when she wakes. And if she turns the wrong way? The old singer asked. Ash Eye's smile was thin. Then we put our claws away and watched the world learn the hard way while we stopped doing what we did, she said. The bargain covers them too, even the fools. No, nah. And if she turns the right way? He pressed. Ash Eye looked up at the Godswood where White Harbor's heart tree stood, pale against the night. Then perhaps we were not entirely foolish to trust them, she said. Mara dreamed of a tree that had never seen sunlight. It was pale as bone and slick with something that was not sap. Its roots plunged into black stone, cracking it. Figures moved inside its trunk, faint as shapes behind frosted glass. Faces pressed outward, mouths open in silent screams, eyes wide and empty. A man stood before it. He was neither young nor old. His hair shot through with early gray, his hands ink-stained. A chain glinted faintly at his throat, not the full weight of a maester's medal, but a fragment left there, a link that had not been given back when he walked away. His eyes were bright and fevered. You could have had another life, he said, turning his head slightly as if speaking to someone behind Mara. You were stolen. All of you. One by one, the trees took away what should have been yours. They turned you into stories about yourselves. They made you dance on their roots like puppets. Men, a day. His fingers brushed the tree. It shuddered. I will give it back, he said. Not to everyone. Only to those who truly want it. Only to those with the will to claim what was denied. Mara wanted to run. Her feet would not move. The tree's pale bark bulged, as if something inside it pressed against it. A child's hand punched through for a heartbeat. Fingers splayed, slick with blood and sap, then sank back. The sound of muffled sobbing filled the air. Mara's stomach lurched. This is wrong, she said, though she did not remember deciding to speak. The man smiled without looking at her. Wrong? He repeated. Right. Those words are knives they taught you to stick in yourself when you reach for anything that wasn't given. Don't you want more, girl? Don't you hear them? All the lives whispering in your blood, Lyanna, Daenerys, Jon, Caitlyn, all of them. You could be anything. Why settle for once? Her heart jumped at the names. They tugged at her in ways she could not explain. I'm Mara, she said stubbornly. I don't want to be anyone else. His smile sharpened. You already are, he murmured. The trees' faces pressed closer to the inner bark. One of them was very nearly clear. A woman with dark hair tangled in sweat and soil. Eyes drowned in determination and sorrow. Lyanna. Mara's breath hitched. The woman's mouth moved. No sound came, but Mara understood anyway. No, Lyanna mouthed. Mara woke with a cry. The small room was dark and hot. Her nightshirt clung to her back with sweat. Her palm burned. When she lifted it to her face, moonlight from the window caught the faint new scar. She stared at it. The shape was wrong for any ordinary cut. Too clean, too deliberate. A branch, she thought. A root. A crack. Harith, she whispered into the silence. The name tasted like someone else's knowledge, like the echo of something whispered to a tree long ago, and never meant for her mouth. She rose and went to the window. The Godswood's pale branches rose above the rooftops, visible even from here. The heart tree's face stared into the night, eyes blots of deeper darkness. Mara pressed her scar to the cold glass. I'm not her, she said. Whoever she was, I'm not your knife. The tree did not answer. Of course it didn't. In the morning, it rained. Gray sheets swept in off the bight, drenching the city, turning the streets to sucking mud. The harbor bells rang out warnings to ships tempted to brave the chop. The air smelled of wet stone and fish and smoke. Mara wrapped her cloak tight around herself and walked anyway. It was market day. Fewer stalls than usual, but still enough to make the square a blur of color and noise beneath tarps and awnings. Fishmongers shouted over one another. A woman from the hills held up a string of rabbit carcasses. A man in a wool cloak sang an old song about the night fort in a nasal, wavering voice, his bowl in front of him almost empty. Near the center of it all, a small knot of people had gathered around a cart. The man on it wore a cloak that had once been fine and was now frayed at the edges. His beard was neatly trimmed. His hair was slicked back from his face despite the rain. He held a small pale branch in one hand, waving it for emphasis as he spoke. "The wheel was our gift," he was saying, "not theirs. It was woven into the world before the first tree took root. The gods, old and new, stole it from us. They made deals behind our backs. They took away our second chances and told us it was for our own good." Nay. Mara's skin crawled. She edged closer, rain dripping down her nose. The branch in the man's hand was weirwood. She could feel it. Even cut and dead, it hummed faintly. The sight of it in his hand felt wrong, like seeing a holy man using bones as dice. "Who are you to say that?" someone demanded. A woman clutching a small bundle too tightly to her chest. A child, Mara realized. An infant with sallow skin and eyes too large for its face. The man on the cart smiled gently. "My name is Corin," he said. "I am no one important, merely a traveler from the south. But I have seen things." His gaze flicked over the crowd. "Have you never dreamed of another life? Never felt in the middle of some ordinary day that you'd done this before? That you'd stood in this spot? Heard these words? Made these mistakes? That is not madness. That is theft. Your soul remembers what your gods took away." Mara's heart hammered. People shifted uncomfortably around her. "My grandmother used to say that," an old man muttered. "Said she remembered dying in a field far from here. Said she woke up in her mother's arms with a stranger's memories. We told her she was touched." "Touched by truth," Corin said. "The children of the forest bound you into their roots like ornaments. They dragged you back when it suited them and threw you away when it didn't. And then, when it began to cost them too much, they cut the rope. Left you hanging over the stranger's door with nothing but air beneath you." He lifted the weirwood twig. "There's a man in Old Town," he said, voice dropping. "A man who knows how to tie new knots. Not with stolen souls. With willing ones. If you have lost someone before their time, if you have felt cheated of a life you were meant to live, he can help." "Harith," someone whispered. There it was again. The fishbone name. Mara's palm throbbed in time with her heartbeat. "Blasphemy," a septon declared loudly, pushing through the crowd in his damp gray robes. "The seven guide our souls. The old gods watch and remember. There is no wheel. There is only duty and death. Talk like this just makes folk forget to be grateful for what they have." "Grateful," the woman with the sickly child spat. "Grateful for a babe who can't take a breath without wheezing. Grateful for a man lost at sea. Grateful for a son put in the ground before he grows a beard." The septon flinched. "We all suffer. More than some," she snapped. Corin held up a hand. "I do not come to steal your seven," he said. "Or your trees. I come to offer, supplement, choice." His gaze drifted, as if by accident, to Mara. His eyes were dark and clever. "Some of you hear voices already. Some of you dream. The world is changing, whether the gods like it or not. Wouldn't it be better if you chose how?" Mara swallowed. The godswood tree's face flashed in her mind. The woman in the knot tree in her dream, mouthing "no, del wow." She stepped back, bumping into someone. "Hob." He peered at her from under his hood. "See?" he muttered. "South comes to us now. No need to sail all that way." "I'm not going," Mara said. He snorted. "Who said anything about you?" His eyes were on the woman with the child, on the old man with his grandmother's stories etched into his wrinkles. On the others in the crowd whose faces held that hungry, hollow look that meant they wanted desperately to believe someone could rewrite what had already been written. Mara turned and pushed her way out of the crowd. The rain felt colder. That night, she dreamt again. Not of Harith this time. Not of the wrong tree. Of snow. Of a wall. Of a man with a long face and gray eyes standing before a gate grown from roots. Sword planted point down in the ice beside him. He wore black, but his cloak was stitched with pale threads. "John," Mara whispered, though she had never met him. He looked up at her sharply. "You can hear me," he said. His voice was like rivers under ice, like someone whose life had been shaped by oaths and choices that had never entirely felt like his own. "Yes," Mara said, and realized with a jolt that in this dream she was not just watching. She was there, standing in the snow, breath steaming, hands bare. He eyed her palm. The scar glimmered. "So you're the one," he said, half to himself. "Ashai said you'd be." He snorted. "I'd hoped for taller." Mara bristled. "Who are you to judge?" "Jon Snow," he said. "Once say." He glanced back at the root-woven gate. "Now they call me Warden of the Root and Wall. Or they did. I'm not sure the roots answer to me anymore." Mara took a breath that stung her lungs. "Why am I here?" she asked. "Because you're needed," he said simply. "Because there's a man in Old Town playing games with souls. Because the children can't stop him without breaking their word. And the thing under the roots want. He's too busy unraveling." "Who?" she asked, though she knew. "Bran," Jon said. The name was a stone dropped into a pond. The ripples it caused hurt. "He sent you?" she managed. "He nudged," Jon said. "That's all he does now. Little pushes, little dreams. The big things are ours again." Mara looked down at her hands. "I didn't ask for this," she said. "No one ever does," Jon said. "Not for the big choices. We only notice them after we've made them." She looked up. Snowflakes clung to his hair. He seemed both very young and very old. "What if I don't go?" she asked. "What if I stay here and sell fish and marry some dull boy who smells of salt?" Jon's mouth twitched. "Then someone else will go," he said. "Or no one will. Harith will build his wrong tree. Some people will walk into it willingly. Some will be pushed. Souls will be trapped. Your world will get its wheel back, after a fashion. Only this time, the spokes will be in one man's hands." "Nay. And that's worse than the children?" Mara asked. Jon's gaze turned distant. "They were many," he said. "They argued. They doubted. They remembered. A man like Harith. He thinks he's right. That's more dangerous than any root." Mara hugged herself. The wall loomed behind him. The gate pulsed faintly with life. "Why me?" she whispered. "Because you're like her," Jon said. She didn't have to ask which her. Lyanna's face flashed in her mind again. The woman's mouth, shaping a silent no-woe. "You hear the old echoes," Jon said. "You care about the new ones. You know what it is to want more and be afraid of what more costs." He shrugged. "Also, Ashai likes you. That counts for something." Mara almost laughed. "Does it?" "It counted once before," he said. He stepped closer. For a moment she could see so many lives layered behind his face. A boy at Winterfell with a sword too big for him. A man in wildling furs dying in the snow. A king he had never wanted to be crowned. An old man standing in a yard watching children play and thinking, "We did not end the world." Those echoes fell away, leaving only this Jon, here, now. "Go south," he said. "Find Harith. Listen to what he offers. Then burn his tree." "That's easier said than done," she said. He shrugged. "Most things are." She searched his face. "Will you help me?" she asked. "I can't leave the wall," he said automatically, then grimaced. "That's a lie." I could. I just haven't. My vows are old. They weigh on me even when the roots don't. He sighed. I'll do what I can. Send word to friends, to witnesses. But in the end, Mara, he met her eyes. You're the one who'll have the choice. She swallowed. I thought we broke the wheel, she said. He huffed something like a laugh. We broke one, he said. People like wheels. They keep trying to build new ones. All we can do is keep breaking them better. Snow swirled. Mara woke with frost on her eyelashes. Her palm ached. She rose before dawn, packed a small bag with bread and cheese and a change of clothes, and went to the godswood. The heart tree watched her approach with its carved, bleeding eyes. Mara stood before it, scar throbbing in time with her heartbeat. I don't know if you're listening, she said. I don't even know if I want you to be, but I'm going. If the children sent this, if the boy in the north did, fine. I'll see for myself. She laid her hand on the trunk. The bark was cold. Don't make a fool of me, she whispered. The tree, of course, said nothing. She left White Harbor on a trader heading south that afternoon. Darren cursed and argued and tried to drag her back off the gangplank. Their father raged and threatened to have the harbor watch arrest the captain for taking his underage daughter. Their mother stood very still on the dock and said nothing, her face like stone. You don't even know where you're going, Darren hissed, fingers digging into her arm. Old Town, she said. Harith, he spat. You're not serious. Mara, you've heard what they say. He's a charlatan at best, a monster at worst. I know what they say, she said. I heard what I saw. That doesn't make sense, he snapped. Neither does any of this, she said. I have voices in my head that aren't mine. Names on my tongue that taste like other people's regrets. I see trees where there aren't any and feel storms before they hit. I am tired of wondering if I'm mad. I'm going to look the madness in the face and decide whether to spit on it or befriend it. Darren stared at her. You've always been like this, he said, almost wonderingly, running toward the things everyone else runs from. It runs in the family, she said wryly. He flinched as if she'd struck him. For a moment, in the lines of his face, she saw someone else. A boy with gray eyes and a sword he did not want. A man with a crown of thorns of ice. John, Lyanna. All of them. Or perhaps just Darren about to lose his sister. He pulled her into a hard hug. Come back, he muttered into her hair. Even if you don't like what you find, especially then. She held him tightly. I will, she said. Unless I can't. He swore and let her go. Her mother did not hug her. She did not speak. She only watched as Mara stepped onto the gangplank. Their eyes met once. Don't ask for more than you can pay for, her mother said quietly. I won't, Mara said. She wasn't sure she believed herself. The trader's sails filled. The bight opened before them, gray-green and rough. White Harbor shrank. The heart tree's pale crown was the last thing Mara saw of home, standing tall above the walls like a watching face. The voyage south was long and rough. She dreamed often, sometimes of Lyanna, sometimes of Bran, once of Ashai, perched on the mast like a bird, golden eyes amused. When Mara woke from that one, there were faint scratches on the wood near her head that looked suspiciously like tiny claw marks. In the cramped space between cots in the hold, the sailors told stories to pass the time. They spoke of Harith, of course, of people who had gone to him and come back. Wrong. He brought my cousin's wife back, one man whispered over a game of dice. She'd drowned in a well, came back with dry lungs and no memory of how she fell. The first week, she was fine. Then she started seeing things. Said there were hands on the other side of the walls. She cut herself open one night, right over the heart. Said she wanted to let out whoever she'd stolen the life from. Maiden. They spoke of the children, of singers seen at the edges of fields, watching with unreadable eyes, of weirwoods that had stopped bleeding red sap and now oozed clear water instead, of witnesses who had stopped walking, sitting down by the roadside with strips of bark falling from their eyes, saying they didn't hear the trees anymore and didn't know what to do with the quiet. They spoke of the past, of the days when the dead did not always stay dead, of people who had sworn they remembered burning and drowning and falling and were grateful not to do it again. Mara listened. She did not speak. Old Town rose from the sea like the bones of a giant. The hideout was the first thing she saw, a pale spire against the sky, taller than anything in White Harbor, its beacon light burning even in broad daylight. Ships clustered around its base, sails a riot of colors. The city spread out from it in ripples, walls and roofs and towers layered like scales. Mara stepped onto the dock and felt the difference immediately. White Harbor smelled of salt and fish and smoke. Old Town smelled of all that plus 1,000 other things. Incense and parchment, spices, horse, sweat, the faint metallic tang of old blood. There was a weight in the air that had nothing to do with heat or humidity. Knowledge, she thought, or secrets. First time, a voice drawled. She turned. A young man leaned against a bale of wool, arms crossed. He wore the layered robes of a citadel novice, chain heavy at his throat. His hair was shorn close. His eyes were sharp and curious. "Yes," she said. "Is it that obvious?" "You're staring like you've never seen a tower before," he said. "Not one like that," she said, nodding at the hideout. He smirked. "You and half the lads who come here to flirt with the maesters," he said. Mara raised a brow. "Is that why most people come?" she asked. "To flirt? To learn if you believe their letters," he said. "To escape their fathers, if you believe they're drinking. To play at gods if you believe half the rumors, but they tend to end up as bones under the river." He straightened and brushed imaginary dust from his robes. "Callum," he said, "of no house you'd have heard of. You look like you have a purpose, girl from the north. Mind if I follow along and pretend I still do?" "I never said I had a purpose," she said. "You've got the look," he said. "People who have come looking for Hareth always do." Her stomach clenched. "I'm not sure I'm looking for him," she said. He tilted his head, considering the fresh scar on her palm with two keen eyes. "Sure you're not," he said. "Walk with me." She did. Old Town streets wound in confusing spirals. Temples of half a dozen faiths crowded one another. The starry sept with its wide dome and many-colored glass. A slender, red-topped tower that smelled of smoke and spice where the red priests chanted to their hungry fire god. A modest, square hall where a few northerners had planted a small weirwood that looked out of place among the palms. People jostled and shouted. Bells rang. Somewhere a woman laughed, high and bitter. "Is it true?" Mara asked as they walked. "What they say, that he can bring people back." Callum's mouth twisted. "You don't start with small talk, do you?" "I don't have time for it," she said. He snorted. "No one does these days," he said. "The maesters say the seasons are growing shorter. The red priests say their fires are dimmer. The singers say the world is quieter. Everyone thinks that means their god is angry with them, or that the end is coming. What do you think?" "I think the world is tired," Mara said. "And people keep trying to make it carry more." He glanced at her, expression curiously bare for a moment. "That's more answer than most," he said. He led her down a narrower street, then another, each turn taking them farther from the docks and deeper into the city's tangled heart. The buildings leaned close. The stench of refuse grew stronger. They passed a beggar with a strip of bark over one eye and an empty socket where the other had been, muttering to himself about roots gone silent. "Witness," Callum said under his breath. "They used to come here to trade tales with the maesters. Now they just drift, like men who woke from a dream they never wanted to leave." "You know a lot about them," Mara observed. "I wanted to be one," he said lightly. "Once, before I learned I liked my eyes." "You could still hear them though," she said, "without giving them up." You say that like you already do, he said. She did not answer. They came at last to a courtyard tucked behind the starry sept. It was oddly quiet there. The noise of the city seemed to fall away at its edge, swallowed by stone and shadow. A single stunted tree grew in its center. Not weirwood. Its bark was ordinary, its leaves green. But something about it made Mara think of a child trying to stand in a giant's footprints. At the far side of the yard, steps led down into darkness. This is where he sees them, Callum said. The ones who come begging. How do you know? She asked. He lifted his chain. A few of its links were missing. I was one of them once, he said. He liked having a maester's boy at his side. Someone who could explain his miracles in words old men trusted. Someone who could write it down. You left, she guessed. Did I? He said. Maybe I was asked to. Maybe the thing he's growing downstairs doesn't like conflicting opinions. Mara stared at the steps. A faint, wrong cold drifted up from below. Not the honest cold of Winterfell's crypts, but the chill of air that had been trapped too long in a place where it could not move. She glanced at Callum. Will you come? She asked. I swore I wouldn't go down there again, he said. I'm very bad at keeping oaths. He shrugged. Lead on, weirwood girl. The stairs were steep and narrow, worn by generations of penitents and priests. The air grew thicker with each step. Torches set into the walls cast a weak, guttering light. At the bottom, a corridor opened into the crypt beneath the septi. Mara had never seen a sept from the inside. The starry sept crypt was nothing like Winterfell's. No rows of stone kings with swords on their laps, no carved direwolves at their feet. Here, the dead lay in niches in the walls, wrapped in linen and carved with the 7 sigils. Candles flickered. The air smelled of wax and incense and something else, something green and sap-sour that did not belong. At the far end of the crypt, where once there had been only plain stone, a tree grew. It was small, young, its trunk no thicker than a man's torso, its branches low and twisted. Its bark was pale, not quite the bone white of a true weirwood, but close. Its leaves were a sickly, translucent green, as if afraid to claim any color at all. Faces moved beneath its skin. Mara stopped. Her heart climbed into her throat. They were not carved. That made it worse. They were impressions, like something trying to push out from the inside of the bark. Mouths opened and closed. Eyes bulged, unfocused. Fingers clawed against an inner surface that would not break. The muffled sobbing from her dream became real. Beautiful, isn't it? The voice was pleasant, warm. It slithered along her spine. She turned. Harith looked exactly as he had in her dream. Ink-stained fingers, gray-shot hair, a single link of chain at his throat. His eyes were bright and interested, as if she were a puzzle had been waiting to see the last piece of. You came faster than I expected, he said. You knew I would? Mara asked, throat dry. He spread his hands. The trees whispered, he said. The witnesses fidgeted. The singers glared. When so many guardians grow uneasy, a wise man assumes a knife is on its way. His gaze flicked to her palm. I see they sent the same one as before. She curled her hand into a fist. I'm Mara, she said. Not Lyanna. He smiled. Names are clothes, he said. Souls are bodies. You can change one and keep the other. Or mix and match. He tilted his head. Do you know how many of me there are, weirwood girl? She stared. Why? He tapped his temple. Memories, he said. Not like yours. Not whispers. I have glimpses of other branches, other Herethys. In some, I died a boy when a beam fell on my head. In others, I became a maester, dutiful and dull. In one, I walked into one of the trees and never came out. Those lives exist. I feel them, but I didn't live them. No, you're wrong, Mara said. The wheel is broken. He spread his hands again. Is it? He asked. Then why do so many of us feel it's still turning? Why do you know names that aren't yours? Why does that scar on your chest burn when you stand under certain trees? You broke a rope. You didn't remove the groove it left. Callum shifted behind her. You're talking too much, he said to Harith. That was always your problem. Harith's gaze flicked to him. And yours was always thinking the right words could fix everything, he said. Hello, Callum. I see the Citadel finally let you off your chain. Callum's jaw tightened. I took it off myself, he said. Harith said. An act of rebellion doomed to be recorded in no book. How tragic. Mara forced her attention back to the wrong tree. How? She asked. Harith's voice softened. With care, he said. With reverence, with justice. He stepped closer, hands clasped behind his back. When the children cut the rope, he said, they did not do it cleanly. They left scraps, bits, souls that had been halfway between lives when the knife fell. People who died with one foot still in the roots and one in the dark. Some of them went on. Some of them were caught. I found them. No. He brushed his fingers lightly over the bark. The faces inside flinched. They were lost, he said. They did not know which way to go. I gave them a place. A home. A prison, Mara whispered. Any home can be that if you're ungrateful, he said. I keep them safe. I let them speak. If their families ask, if their lovers beg, I lend them out. For a while. A day. A month. A year. A second chance. Paid for with tears and faith. Tell me that is worse than what came before. Tell me that is worse than what you have now, with your single, fragile lives, and no hope of ever mending what you break. Nay. Mara thought of the weeping woman in White Harbor, clutching her wheezing child. Of Hobbs' story of the cousin's wife who cut herself open to let someone out. Of Liana's face, pressed against inner bark. You're playing with things you don't understand, she said. On the contrary, he said, I am the only one who understands them. The Maesters call it madness. The Septons call it blasphemy. The singers call it theft. The roots themselves are confused. They vibrate with their own missing songs and don't know where the emptiness comes from. I am simply filling it. By stealing, she said. By offering, he corrected. No one goes into the tree without asking. No one lends their body to a lost soul without consent. I do not do what the children did. I do not make slaves of you. I give you choice. And if I say no, Mara asked. He smiled. Then you say no. He gestured toward the stairs. You came to see. You have seen. You may go. Me. Callum made a soft, incredulous sound. That's not like you, he said. Harith's smile did not reach his eyes. I am not afraid of a girl with a scar, he said. Liana had to cut herself open to matter. This one. He looked Mara up and down, assessing. She barely bleeds at all. Mara's cheeks flushed. You don't believe that, she said. He laughed. No, he said easily. I don't, but I want to see what happens when you think I do. The faces in the bark shifted. One of them, Liana's, pressed closer again. Her eyes locked on Mara's. A wild urgency burned there. Her mouth formed that same soundless word. No. Mara's pulse thundered. She stepped closer to the tree. You said the trees made us puppets, she said to Harith. That we danced on their roots. You're making them dance inside your bark. How is that better? I don't decide their steps, he said. They do. Then why are they screaming? She demanded. He blinked, genuinely puzzled. Are they? He asked. He laid his hand on the trunk. His face went slack, brow furrowing as he listened. I hear only gratitude, he said at last. Relief. Hope. They want to live. They want to love. They want to try again. Is that so wrong? Nah. Bendos. One day. Bill. Mara stared at him. He believed it. That, more than anything, frightened her. You're hearing yourself, Callum said quietly. You always did. Harith's jaw tightened. You left, Callum, he said. You turned your back on them, on what we could do. I turned my back on you, Callum said. There's a difference. The last time you dragged one of them into a living body, the man you used for a lantern woke up halfway through and clawed his own eyes out. He saw someone else looking through them. You called it cost. I called it horror. And now, that was a miscalculation, Harith said. One I've corrected. Have you? Mara asked. He looked at her. You came to judge me, he said. That much is clear. I see the knife in you. The one they used before. Do you think I don't know its shape? They talk about her, you know. The woman with the leaf scar. The one who cut the first rope. She stole lives. She consigned people to oblivion who could have had more. And they call that mercy. It was, Mara said softly. How would you know? He demanded. You weren't there. A part of me was, she said. He sneered. You feel echoes and think that makes you wise. I feel prisons and know they're wrong, she shot back. They stared at one another across the pale, trembling bark. Leave, he said finally, voice flat. You and your half-memories, go north. Go back to your cold trees. Let the rest of us mend what we can down here. Mara's hand burned. In its throbbing, she felt something else. Rand's calm. John's weary humor. Ash-Eye's sharp, fierce frustration. Lyanna's stubborn, iron refusal to be anyone's tool but her own. You could have been kinder, Mara said to Harith. You could have taught people to live with what they have. Instead, you built this. She laid her cut hand flat on the bark. It was warm, feverish. The faces inside flinched. Give them up, she whispered. Harith lunged. His hand closed on her wrist, nails digging in. Don't you dare, he hissed. The tree shuddered. Somewhere far to the north, in the bowl of a snow-white valley, Bran's eyes flew open. He felt the wrong tree, thrashing. He felt Harith's hand on the bark, Mara's scar burning, the trapped souls hammering against their prison. He could help. He could pour his will down through the roots, grab the wrong tree like a foreign growth and rip it from the stone. He could tear Harith's soul out of his body and fling it beyond the stranger's door. He could shatter every weirwood in Old Town and salt the earth below. He could. If he did, the roots would seize him. He felt them already, reaching. He hesitated. Lyanna's face flashed behind his eyes. She had chosen once for all of them. He had asked her to, then let her choice bind him as tightly as it bound the roots. He closed his eyes. Your choice, he whispered. He let go. In the crypt, Mara felt nothing from the trees for the first time in her conscious life. An absence where there had always been a hum. It frightened her. It freed her. She looked into Harith's eyes. You said you offered choice, she said. Here's mine. She drove her nails into the bark. The wrong tree screamed. Not aloud. Not in any way that shook the air, but in the trembling of its wood, in the flaring of the faces inside, in the way its roots convulsed in the stone. Mara felt the trapped souls like a rush of cold water up her arm. They poured through her scar, through the crack Lyanna had carved a generation ago, and that the pact had left behind. For a moment, they burned. She saw everything. A girl drowning in a well. A boy freezing on a mountain. A woman burning in a wedding tent. A man falling from a tower. Lives that had been cut short by accident and malice and sheer indifferent chance. Lives that had nearly been caught by the old wheel and were instead caught by this new cage. She opened her fingers. Go, she whispered. They went. Not into her. Not into the roots. Away. Through her and past her, like a storm wind through a door flung wide. For a heartbeat she glimpsed what lay beyond. A vast, dark plain lit by stars from below, not above. A sense of being held without being bound. Familiar and strange at once. The place Liana had gone. Well chosen. Something seemed to murmur again. Then, it was gone. The wrong tree split dot-eye. Bark peeled back like skin under too much pressure. Sap and blood and something else. A pale, shimmering substance like ground-up starlight poured out. The faces inside blurred, then vanished, leaving only knots in the pale wood. Harith staggered back, hand to his chest as if someone had struck him there. "You stupid girl," he gasped. "You don't know what you've done. They were mine. I saved them. He coughed. Sap dribbled from the corner of his mouth. The weirwood twig in his hand blackened and crumbled to ash. Callum grabbed Mara and dragged her away as the tree's branches twisted, searching for something to hold. It found nothing. It had lost its anchors. With a groan that sounded almost like a sob, it collapsed. The sound of it hitting the stone shook dust from the crypt's ceiling. Candles toppled. The muffled sobbing ceased. Silence fell. Mara sagged in Callum's grip. Her body felt as if it had been turned inside out. Her heart pounded. Her scar ached. There was a hollow in her where those souls had passed through, a ringing emptiness that hurt and comforted all at once. Harith lay on his back, staring up at the cracked ceiling. His chest rose and fell shallowly. "You killed them," he whispered. "No," Mara said hoarsely. "I let them go. They'll be gone," he said. "They'll never have another chance. That's the point," she said. He laughed, a raw, broken sound. "You're just like her," he spat. "You think you've done mercy. One day you'll see what you've cost us. One day you'll die and realize you were wrong." "Maybe," she said. He blinked. "What?" he whispered. "Maybe," she repeated. "Maybe I'll die and there'll be nothing, or something worse. Maybe you're right and I've stolen something I had no right to touch. Maybe I've condemned us all to an ending we are not ready for." She shrugged, exhausted. "But we already had endings we weren't ready for. We had lives twisted by people who thought they knew better. I'd rather err on the side of letting go than holding on until everything rots." "No," Harith stared at her. "You're mad," he said. "Probably," she said. He laughed again, softer this time. "Good," he whispered and closed his eyes. Whether he died then, or merely fell into a swoon, Mara never knew. Callum hauled her up the stairs before she could find out, coughing in the dust, the ground trembling under their feet, as if the starry sept itself objected to what had been done in its veins. They stumbled into sunlight. The bells of the high tower were ringing, though it was not any hour Mara recognized. People crowded the courtyard, pointing and shouting. A crack had appeared in the sept's dome, a jagged line from which a faint trickle of clear water leaked. Singers watched from the shadows under a nearby arch. Ashai stepped out to meet Mara's gaze. "Well," she said lightly, "you broke his toy." Mara's knees gave out. She sank to the cobbles. Callum knelt beside her, hands hovering as if afraid to touch. "Is she?" he began. "Alive," Ashai said. "For now." Mara laughed weakly. "Comforting," she croaked. Ashai's golden eyes softened. "You did what we could not," she said. "What we would not. You cut a new rope before it could tighten. That was your choice, and your cost." Mara swallowed. "They're gone," she whispered. "All those lives. They were always gone," Ashai said gently. "You merely stopped them from being used as bricks in someone else's house." Mara's eyes burned. "I feel empty," she said. "You are making room," Ashai said, "for what is yours, not what was stolen." Callum looked between them, baffled. "Do you people always talk in riddles?" he demanded. "Yes," Ashai and Mara said together. Mara almost smiled. Above them, the crack in the starry sepp's dome widened. Rain began to fall. In the north, Bran listened. He felt the wrong tree die. He felt the souls slip past him, out beyond where even his fraying awareness could reach. He felt Harith's hold break, the groove in the world left by the wheel deepen and then fill. Not with new wood, but with something new. Acceptance, perhaps. Or simply lack. He exhaled. Their choice, he said again. The roots hummed. Some still grumbled. Old habits died hard, even in trees. Some whispered that he should have done more. Some whispered that he had done too much. He smiled. That, he told them, is the point. He let go of a few more threads. They drifted away, like leaves on a slow river. Ashai stood on the ridge above his tree some weeks later, watching him. You are smaller, she observed. Am I? He asked. You feel nearer, she said. Less like a storm and more like a man. He considered that. I'm forgetting things, he admitted. Not everything, not the important things, but the noise. He tapped his temple. It's quieter. I only hear what I listen for. Does that frighten you? She asked. Sometimes, he said honestly. Then I remember what it was like to hear everything and feel responsible for all of it, and I decide I can live with a little fear. She snorted. You always could, she said. Live with fear, I mean. You northerners hoard it like you do snow. Stack it in corners. Build walls out of it. Then pretend you're surprised when it falls on your heads. He smiled. Thank you, he said. For insulting you, she asked. For watching, he said. For letting her do what she did. Lyanna. Mara. All of them. You could have stopped them. You didn't. Hey. Mel. Ashai's gaze drifted south. I'm trying to learn, she said. Learn what? He asked. When not to meddle, she said. When to trust your kind to do ugly, necessary things without our claws in their backs. Do you? He asked. Trust us. She thought about Mara, standing with her bloody hand on the wrong tree. About Lyanna, kneeling in the snow. About Jon, still at the wall, stubborn as any root. Sometimes, she said. More than I used to. That's enough, Bran said. She looked at him. How much longer? She asked. For me? He said. Or for everything? He shrugged at her raised brow. I don't know, he admitted. And that's strange. Once, I could have told you the hour the last leaf will fall from this tree. Now, he laid his hand on the bark. Now I only know that it will, someday, and that something else will grow where it lies, or not. Either way, it won't be because I pushed. Ashai watched him. You could step out, she said. Out, he echoed. Out of the roots, she said. Out of the tree. You're not fully bound anymore. You could find a body. Or make one. Walk. Breathe. Live and die without watching yourself from every angle. Nah. Cod. He laughed, surprised. Like Lyanna, he asked. Live one last life? If you like, she said. He was quiet a long time. I don't think I know how, he said. Not anymore. You could learn, she said. He shook his head, smiling. I think I've had enough lives, he said. Mine and everyone else's. I think I'd rather stay here and listen to less and less until there's only this. He patted the bark. This tree, he said. This hill, this piece of sky. That's plenty. Ashai tilted her head. We will miss your noise, she said. You'll fill it with your own, he said. You always do. She smiled, sharp and fond. When she left, she did so quietly, as she had always moved. The snow hid her tracks almost immediately. Bran sat with his back against the tree and listened. He heard Mara walking back toward White Harbor, Callum at her side, arguing with her about theology and magic and the limits of maesterly curiosity. He heard Darren's shout of joy when he saw his sister on the dock. He heard Harith's followers whispering in dark corners, struggling to decide whether what had happened in the sept was proof of their faith or its failure. He heard witnesses everywhere standing in the roads as if listening for a song that had changed key. He heard children laughing. He heard people crying. He heard the wind. As the years passed, he heard less. Roots that had once reached across continents drew back. Weirwoods that had been planted in places they did not belong withered and died, their pale bark cracking. In the deep older woods, the true trees thrived. They sang quieter songs, local songs, stories of particular families, particular villages, particular loves. Humanity kept building, kept breaking, kept trying. Some houses rose, others fell. The great names that had once shaped the world's tides faded into history and song. New names took their place. People stopped talking about dragons as if they might appear tomorrow. They became myth, and then metaphor. Once, in a tavern in some city that had not existed when he first pressed his hand to a heart tree's face, a drunk said to another, "You only live once," and both laughed, as if the idea of anything else was ridiculous. Bran smiled. One night, long after even Ash-Eye's bark had begun to gray with age, a girl stood before a heart tree in a godswood and cut her palm. She did it not to bind a soul, not to make a bargain, but as a sign to herself. Her mother had died that morning. Her father, years before. She had no siblings, no husband, no children. The world felt too big and too empty. She laid her bleeding hand on the bark because she wanted to feel connected to something that would outlast her. "I don't know if I believe in you," she said. "Old gods, new gods, any gods. I don't know if anyone's listening, but I've got this one life, and it scares me. I don't want to waste it. I don't want to hurt people with it. I don't want to be so afraid of endings I forget to begin." Her blood soaked into the wood. The tree creaked. Bran listened. He did not push. He did not pull. He did not whisper in her ear. He simply heard. "That," he told the fading hum of the roots, "is enough." When he finally went, it was like exhaling. No great storm, no thunder, no shaking of earth or cracking of sky. One heartbeat he was there, wrapped in pale bark, feeling the cold and the snow, and the faint warmth where some child had pressed a cheek against the trunk to listen for themselves. The next, he wasn't. The tree remained. Its branches shivered in the wind. Snow fell. Somewhere far away, in White Harbor, Mara stood at the window of her house and felt something shift inside her. An absence where a hum had been. She put a hand over her scarred palm. "Thank you," she said, "for the voices, for the silences, for the choice." The world spun on. People were born. People died. The children of the forest watched from their groves and whispered among themselves. Their song altered but not ended. Sometimes, in the deepest part of winter, if you stood very still beneath a heart tree and listened, not for stories of other lives, not for promises of second chances, but for the simple sound of sap rising, you could almost hear it. A slow, steady rhythm, not a wheel, a heartbeat, of a world that had chosen, finally, to live with its endings. And choices never stayed tidy, even when the world thought it had made them. The crack in the starry sept's dome widened over the next days, slow and relentless. Rain seeped through even when the sky was clear, beating along the colored glass until it found the fracture and slipped through in a steady, silent drip. Some called it a miracle. The seven were weeping, the faithful said, and for what depended entirely on who was speaking. For stolen souls. For blasphemy thwarted. For the end of a mercy only they ever understood. Others whispered darker things. That the stranger had finally found a way in. That the old gods had thrust a root up under the sept in retaliation. That the children had come to steal their dead back. Mara spent most of those days watching the rain from behind iron bars. The Septon who had once shouted blasphemy in the square had led the charge down into the crypt in the immediate chaos. He had found Harith sprawled amid splintered pale wood and sticky sap. The makeshift weirwood collapsed around him like a gutted carcass. He had found Mara and Callum there, faces smeared with dust and sap, hands raw. He'd drawn the only conclusion a frightened man with too many witnesses could. Witchcraft, he'd said. Now Mara sat on a rough stool in a cell beneath the starry sept proper, stone sweating around her, straw damp under her boots. The air smelled of mold and old incense. Her left hand pulsed dully where the scar had flared and then faded. Callum sat on the floor opposite her, back propped against the wall, legs stretched out, chain glinting faintly at his throat. They had allowed him to stay, for reasons that boiled down to no one quite knowing what to do with him yet. "So," he said, breaking a long silence, "how's your visit to Old Town going?" She snorted despite herself. "You undersold the hospitality," she said. "I did warn you about the madmen under the sept," he said. "You neglected to mention you planned to be one of them." "I'm not mad," she said crisply. He raised a brow. "You climbed into a crypt to argue with a man growing a tree out of stolen souls, and then tore it apart with your bare hands," he said. "You see why others might disagree." She stared at her own fingers. They were scraped and bruised, knuckles split. Sap still clung in faint pale streaks. "I didn't tear," she said. "I opened." "Semantics," he said. "Maesters love them. So do priests. It's only the rest of us who end up on the pyre." "You're not helping," she muttered. "I didn't say I was trying," he said. A key scraped in the lock. They both looked up. The man who stepped through the door wore a chain heavier than Callum's and an expression carved from worry and self-importance in equal measure. His robes were damp at the hem. His thinning hair clung to his scalp. He smelled faintly of ink, parchment, and damp wool. "Novice," he said curtly to Callum. "You are skating on the edge of expulsion by being here." "Archmaester Velion," Callum said blandly. "Good to see you too." Velion's gaze slid to Mara. He studied her with a scholar's brisk thoroughness, eyes resting for a telling heartbeat on the pale scar on her palm when she shifted. "You're the girl from the north," he said. "The one who was asking about Harith months ago. The one who's been poking her nose where better noses have been broken off." "Oh, I'm Mara," she said. "And my nose is still attached. Thank you." He did not smile. "How many of those things did you free?" he asked. "Souls," Mara said. "Not things." His jaw tightened. "We don't know that," he said. "We don't know what he put in that wood. We don't know what you let out." "I know how they felt," she said softly. "Afraid, trapped, pulled between places. That's not a life. That's a rope burn that never heals." "And now?" he asked. "What are they now?" "Gone," she said. "Where they should have gone in the first place." He made a frustrated sound. "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you're going to get," she said. "Unless you kill me and go ask them yourself." Callum hissed under his breath. "Mara." But Velion only looked more tired. "No one is killing anyone," he said. "Yet, the High Septon wants a council. The Height Hour wants answers. The Citadel wants clarity." He glanced at Callum. "And some of us would like to avoid another war over whose god owns which parts of death." Mara's stomach knotted. "A council," she repeated. "In the Starry Hall," he said. "The Septon, the Hidehour's men, the Maesters. They've even sent for a witness." His mouth twisted. "The children want a voice there, it seems." Mara thought of Ashai watching her in the courtyard, golden eyes reflecting the cracked dome. "Ugh. Of course they do," she murmured. Valian watched her for a moment longer. "You'll speak," he said. It was not a question. "You want me to?" she asked, genuinely surprised. "I want to know what happened," he said bluntly. "I've studied dreams and visions and every scrap of writing we have on the children's meddling. I still cannot explain half of what you appear to be, girl. But I'd rather have someone who actually stood in front of that thing tell the story than let the Septon spin it alone." "Me, and thou? You trust me more than him?" she asked. "I trust that you do not yet know how to lie well enough to sound like a miracle," he said. He gave Callum a hard look. "And you will remember, novice, where your loyalty lies. You are a servant of knowledge, not of whatever half-remembered gods this girl has chatting in her skull." Callum's expression shuddered. "Yes, Archmaester," he said. Valian nodded, apparently satisfied. "You will be brought up after Vespers," he said to Mara. "Until then, try not to listen to any more trees." He left, keys jangling. "Charming man," Mara said. "He's better than most," Callum said. "He at least admits he doesn't understand." "Do you?" she asked. He was quiet for a moment. "No," he said. "But I know this much. If Harith is right, we're playthings. If the children are right, we're fuel. If you're right." He met her eyes. "Then we're responsible. That scares me more than either of the others." "It scares me too," she said. He smiled lopsidedly. "Good," he said. "And at least we're honest about that." The Starry Hall lived up to its name. Mara had seen it only from a distance before, its curved walls and great dome one more shape among Old Town's layered skyline. From within, it was overwhelming. A vast circular chamber whose ceiling was painted in deep blues and blacks, tiny chips of glass and crystal embedded to mimic the stars. Light from hundreds of candles caught them and scattered, turning the air above into a slow, glittering whirl. Benches of carved stone rose in concentric circles. At their far end, a dais held 3 seats. One was occupied by the High Septon, his white robes pristine despite the damp crystal crown glinting faintly on his brow. One held Lord Hightower's representative, a lean, hard-eyed woman in finely woven gray, the sigil of the tower on a chain at her throat. The third was Valian's, though he stood for now, chain heavy on his chest, expression grave. Between the benches and the dais, in the center of the hall, was a space left deliberately empty. They put Mara there. She felt eyes like stones on her back as she stood, hands at her sides, scar hidden by the fall of her cloak. Callum stood at the edge of the crowd. Their gazes met briefly. His gave nothing away. He'd taken to this masterly neutrality too quickly for comfort. On the lowest bench, nearest her, a witness sat with bark bound over both eyes, hands folded around his staff. Torrendot. She knew his name without being told, the way she'd known Jones. His head tilted slightly as if listening, but his blind face was turned not toward her, but toward a small, pale figure half hidden in the shadows along the wall. Ashai had not taken a seat. She perched on the steps, knees drawn up, chin on them, looking for all the world like a child bored with long speeches. Only the stillness in her made Mara's skin prickle. "Let us begin," the High Septon said. His voice was surprisingly clear for a man so swaddled in silken age. "We are gathered to speak of acts committed beneath this sept," he went on. "Of a tree grown where no tree should be. Of souls held where no man has right to hold them. Of a girl with a scar on her heart who, if rumors are true, has cut once more at the strings between life and death. We will hear from those who saw. We will decide what is to be done. Nah, and they can cure." Mara almost laughed. What is to be done? As if any of them had that much command over the thing they were picking apart. "Maester Valian, Lord Hightower's," Lady said. "You petitioned for this council. Speak." Valian bowed his head slightly. "We all know the tales," he said. "Of the old wheel. Of the children's binding of souls. Of the woman in the north who broke it at their urging." His gaze flicked once to Mara, then away. We do not know how much of that is truth and how much is embellishment. But we know one thing. For almost a century, no one has claimed to have lived twice and been believed. A murmur ran through the benches. Now we have a man, Velion continued, who used the language of that wheel to build a new one, Hereth. He promised people what they had lost. He grew something in secret beneath our sept, something the singers call an abomination. Show it, the High Septon said sharply. Velion gestured. Men appeared at the hall's wide entrance, struggling under the weight of a long, pale bundle. It was the trunk of the wrong tree. Cut cleanly at both ends, branches lopped away, pale bark split and stained. It had been stripped of its roots, but they still left phantom scars in the wood. They laid it down in the empty space beside Mara. A collective flinch moved through the room. Even cracked and dead, the thing felt wrong. The faces that had pressed against its inside were gone now. Only knotted whorls showed where they had once been. The grain was smooth under Mara's fingers. She had tested it in a stolen moment, needing to be sure. But looking at it now in this candlelight, it still seemed to shiver. This grew from nothing, Velion said. In stone that was never meant to bear roots. It drank blood without anyone's consent. It held souls that could not move on. It was not a weirwood, though it wore the skin of one. It was a grave, the High Septon said, tone flat. It was a theft, Torin the witness murmured, of stories from the song that should have gone elsewhere. Ashai said nothing. Our question, Velion went on, is whether what was done to it was an act of sacrilege or of mercy. All eyes shifted to Mara. Tell us, the High Septon said. What happened beneath our sept? She swallowed. Her mouth was dry. Her fingers wanted to curl into fists. She thought of Hereth's face, slack with shock. Of Lyanna pressing her own mouth to bark, mouthing no why. She took a breath. There was a tree, she said. You've seen what's left of it. It was growing in stone. He had carved channels under it, Hereth, to bring blood to its roots. Animal blood. Sometimes not. Her throat tightened. He told people he could bring their dead back. Some came, some bled for it, some begged it. And did he? Lord Hightower's lady asked. Bring them back. For a while, Mara said. He caught souls that had been left, adrift when the wheel broke. They were tangled between the roots in the dark. He bound them in there, told himself they were grateful, told himself he was saving them. How do you know they weren't? A Septon from the benches demanded. Grateful, did you ask? Yes, she said simply. I have echoes from before. She touched her chest. From the rope the children cut. I know what their binding felt like. What their letting go felt like. This felt worse. Worse than being trapped in an endless cycle? Someone scoffed. Mara turned in the direction of the voice. Choice matters, she said. What Hereth did, some people asked for. They wanted more time. They wanted another chance. They were afraid their one life wasn't enough. That fear is human. But the souls he bound didn't choose. They were scooped up like fish in a net, poured into bark, left to bang their heads against wood. Me? Then why didn't they leave? The same man asked. Velion answered that. Because he built the net to keep them, he said. He used weirwood bark, old blood, new faith, the grooves the children left in the world. He made a channel. They fell into it because he dug it. Mara nodded. When I touched it, she said, they rushed through me, not into me. Through, like they had been waiting for someone to open a door. They did not hesitate. They went. They did not try to claw back in. Silence. The High Septon's face was unreadable. And what of Hereth? He asked. What did he do when you broke his work? He told me I was a fool, she said. Maybe I am. He said I'd rob them. Maybe I did. But if I did, it was to stop him from making their endings his toys. And what of the children? Lord Hightower's lady asked, eyes on the small pale figure in the shadows. What say they? Is this not simply their domain, under another name? Ashai stretched like a cat. For the first time since Mara had entered the hall, the singer stepped fully into the light. Gasps rippled through the benches. It was one thing to speak of them, another to see with one's own eyes that the old tales had weight. Ashai ignored the noise. You make too much of us, she said, and too little. We are not gods. We were not made to tend your souls like sheep. We did it because we were afraid, because we had power and thought that meant we should use it. We were wrong. Her golden gaze slid to Mara. We asked one of you to help us let go. She did. We swore not to pick that rope up again. And yet you sent dreams, the High Septon said. You nudged this girl to come here. That seems a kind of meddling. Nah. We still watch, Ashai said. We still warn. We will do that so long as there is sap in us. Her mouth twisted. We meddle less than you do, old man. He sniffed at that, but his eyes were sharp. You disapprove of what Harith did, Lord Hightower's lady said. But if this girl had not come, would you have stopped him? No, Ashai said. We cannot without breaking our word. That is why we sent dreams, why we whispered to those who could still act without binding themselves. The choice had to be made by hands not tied to roots. Nunga. And is it done now? Velian asked. Is he finished? Or can he build another thing in some other crypt? Ashai's gaze went momentarily distant. He has lost his teeth, she said. The grooves he used are filled. The souls he trapped are gone. He might plant another sapling. It will wither. The wheel has more cracks than he can plaster with stolen hope. What of those who followed him? Torin asked quietly. Those who believed him. Their grief brought them to him. Their grief will not vanish because his tree did. 19. Mara's heart clenched. He was right. In White Harbor, in villages and towers across the realm, people had lit candles and whispered Harith's name with their dead ones. They had sent coin and blood south, hoping to buy back what had been taken. What would they do now, when they heard? Grief doesn't go, she said. It just changes. We can't stop people being afraid of dying, or of losing others. We can only choose what we do with that fear. And what do you propose? The High Septon asked. That we tell them there is nothing after? That their loved ones are gone and there's nothing but dirt? Nugun. Could be. Mara lifted her chin. No, she said. We tell them what we can, that the trees aren't dragging them back, that no man can force them into bark or bone, that wherever they go, it is not something we can control, that what matters is how we treat each other while we're here. Pretty words, a Septon muttered. Cold comfort. Better than false comfort, she shot back. Murmurs. Lord Hightower's lady leaned forward slightly. What would you have us do with Harith? She asked. He played priest without sanction. He built a thing that has cracked my city's most sacred roof. He stirred hope in people who had none, then took it away all at once. Do you call for his head? Me. Mara thought of him lying on the crypt floor, eyes wide with horror, and something like grudging respect. No, she said, a low rumble of surprise. Let him live, she said. Let him see what his work cost. Let him walk among those he promised miracles to. Let him hear the anger and grief. Take his tools. Take his quiet. Let him live a life where he has to be one man with one story, and no more. No, that sounds like a harsher punishment than any headsman, Callum murmured under his breath. Good, Mara said. Velian cleared his throat. As for his writings, he said quickly, pouncing on the practical, the Citadel will take custody. We will study them. Not to repeat his work, he added, at the High Septon's sharp glance, but to understand it, to better guard against any who might try to do the same. And the people? Torin asked. What of those who still dream of a second chance? The High Septon's fingers tightened on the arm of his chair. His eyes closed briefly. We teach, he said. His voice had lost some of its ceremonial weight. It sounded old and tired and human. We teach them that life is not a debt to be repaid with interest, he went on. That it is a gift given once. That the seven watch, but they do not keep accounts the way we do. That the stranger's hall is not a waiting room, but a destination. He opened his eyes, gaze sweeping the hall. We change our prayers, he said quietly. We stop telling them they will get another chance if they are good. We tell them they must be good now. Not for fear of punishment, for love of those who share their brief time. And the old gods? Someone called. What of them? Torin's bark-bound head tilted. Ash-Eye's lips quirked. We will remember, the witness said simply. We will keep stories. We will listen when people speak under the trees. We will not promise anything beyond our hearing. Ash-Eye nodded. We will watch, she said. We will whisper when asked. We will not catch. We will not bind. No. Velian looked at Mara one last time. And you? He asked. What will you do? She thought of White Harbor, of the God's Wood, of Darren's laugh, of her mother's stern, frightened eyes, of Callum's irreverent grin, of Joan's tired face in the snow, of Lyanna's mouth shaping no bay. I'll go home, she said. Live my one life, plant things, pull others up when they fall. Tell anyone who asks me that being afraid doesn't mean they're weak. It just means they're awake. She smiled crookedly. And if I hear anyone talking about catching souls again, I'll break their trees. A ripple of uneasy laughter moved through the hall. The High Septon sat back. Then we are done, he said. For now. The council dissolved into knots of murmuring people, some eager, some angry, some relieved, some simply lost. Decisions had been made, but the real work, as always, would be done in quieter conversations, in altered sermons, in how parents spoke to their children at night about what came after. Ash-Eye slipped through the crowd like smoke. Not bad, she said, appearing at Mara's elbow. For a human? Mara asked dryly. For anyone, Ash-Eye said. She studied her. You're trembling. I just told a city's worth of powerful people that everything they believe about death needs adjusting, Mara said. If I wasn't trembling, that would be worrying. Ash-Eye's mouth curved. Point to the girl. Callum joined them, expression carefully blank until they were in the relative privacy of a side corridor. You're either very brave or very stupid, he said. Both, Mara said. It seems to run in these echoes they keep throwing at me. He huffed a laugh. They're not echoes, he said. They're seeds, and you're annoying enough to grow. She smacked his arm lightly. You coming north? She asked. He blinked. North? To White Harbor, she said. Or wherever I end up after that. To see what the world looks like when people aren't trying to stuff their dead into wood. His gaze flicked back toward the hall. The Citadel will howl, he said. Let them, she said. You said yourself you're bad at it keeping oaths. He hesitated, chain glinting at his throat. I am fond of being alive, he said. And not at the end of a rope. You think they'll hang you for walking away? She asked. I think they'll hang me for what I know, he said quietly. Hareth taught me enough of his tricks that I could, in theory, do some of what he did. They'll want to keep me where they can watch me, or silence me. You could forget, Ash-Eye said casually. They both turned to her. Forget? Callum repeated. We can help, she said. We cannot bind souls. We can blur memories. Nudge them. Put a veil over certain paths in your head. You would still know enough to matter. You would not know enough to build what he did. Nani? Mdo. Callum stared at her. Then, at Mara. That's, he began. Exactly the kind of magic we just argued against. Mara finished, faintly horrified. Ashai shrugged. You argued against cages, she said. Not against pruning. Even your maesters cut away bad branches when they copy a text so the next version doesn't carry forward the errors of the last. Pruning minds is a bit different from correcting ink, Callum said weakly. Is it? She asked. You humans are fond of saying knowledge is power. Perhaps some knowledge is more power than anyone should hold. No. Mara's stomach twisted. We can't start cutting memories whenever they make us uncomfortable, she said. That's just another kind of wheel, another way of controlling what people become. Ashai's golden eyes were calm. I offer, she said. I do not force. He could walk away with all he knows. He could stay and chain himself to their watch, or he could choose a third path between. That is what bargains should be. Choices, not traps. Callum scrubbed a hand over his face. I hate this, he said. You should, Ashai said. If you didn't, I would not offer. He laughed, a short, incredulous sound. Gods, he said. Very well. Cut then. But only the part that knows how to plant souls in wood. Leave me enough to understand what went wrong. Ashai nodded. Sit, she said. He leaned against the wall and slid down until he sat on the floor. Ashai knelt in front of him, bark fingers gentle as she placed her hands on either side of his head. Mara watched, heart in her throat. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then Callum's eyes widened. His pupils blew black. He sucked in a sharp breath. It's like, he whispered, like pages tearing. No, like ink washing off. The lines are still there, but the words slip. I can't quite. His body relaxed. Ashai drew her hands away. There, she said. You still remember him. You still remember being down there, hearing him, helping him. You do not remember how he twisted the sap. You cannot rebuild his cage from your mind alone. Callum touched his own temples gingerly. I remember wanting to, he said. Once. That's unpleasant. Good, Ashai said approvingly. You should be a little disgusted with yourself. It keeps you honest. No, me. He laughed shakily. Mara knelt beside him. You all right? She asked. I think so, he said. Ask me again when I try to sleep. You can still come north, she said. He met her gaze. Yes, he said. I think I can. Outside, rain fell steadily from the cracked dome, washing dust from the starry sept's carvings. In the years that followed, people in Old Town would tell a story about the day the seven wept, and how their tears washed a false tree out from under their feet. Some would say it proved the gods had been watching and approved what was done. Others would say it proved nothing at all. Callum and Mara left before the story settled. They traveled north slowly, taking roads Callum had only ever seen on maps, and Mara had never imagined she would walk. They slept in wayhouses and under hedges, and once, in the lee of a great standing stone carved with first men runes half worn away. Witnesses walked with them sometimes for a day or three, sharing tales and listening to theirs. One old woman with bark over both eyes put her gnarled hand on Mara's scar and muttered, the Lyanna cord. Loud, that one. Hope your ears hold. None. Mara didn't feel like Lyanna. That was the point. She caught herself less often seeing other lives in the corner of her eye. The echoes were still there. The boy running through snow. The woman on the black stone bridge. But they had blurred, softened, like old memories of childhood instead of sharp, intrusive truths. It's fading, she whispered one night, staring up at unfamiliar stars through the branches of a tree they'd camped beneath. Good, Callum murmured beside her. Maybe you'll get the chance to be boring. Terrifying, she said. He laughed into the dark. They reached White Harbor at last in the teeth of an early winter storm. Snow fell in thick, wet flakes, plastering itself to cloaks and hair. The docks were slick. The harbor bells rang out warnings. Mara walked up the familiar street with her heart pounding, unsure which frightened her more, the thought that nothing would have changed in her absence, or that everything would have. Darren solved that for her by barreling into her so hard, he nearly knocked them both into a snowdrift. "You reckless idiot," he shouted, hugging her so tightly her ribs creaked. "You absolute madwoman. I knew you'd either come back with the world on fire behind you or not at all." "Nay. Hello, Darren," she wheezed. He pulled back, hands on her shoulders, studying her face as if to be sure it was still the same. "You look older," he said. "You're grayer," she said. He puffed himself up. "Distinguished," he corrected. He turned to Callum, who stood a pace behind, dusted in snow and mildly bewildered. "And who's this?" Darren demanded. "Another madman from the south?" "Callum," Mara said. "He's a friend?" "Two madmen, then," Darren said cheerfully. "Mother will be thrilled." Their mother was not thrilled. She did not slap Mara this time. She did not embrace her either. She stood in the doorway, hands on her apron, eyes sharp. "You're alive," she said. "So far," Mara said. "You broke a tree under the starry sept," her mother said. "The witness who came through last month said so. Said a girl from the north poured souls out into the dark like water from a bucket and told a room full of old men what to think of death." Mara's stomach sank. "I didn't mean for everyone to—" "Good," her mother interrupted. Mara blinked. "What?" she managed. Her mother's mouth twitched. "You think I wanted your brother chasing rumors of Harith's miracles?" she demanded. "You think I wanted half the docks murmuring about going south to buy their dead back? You did something foolish and dangerous. You always do. But from what I hear, this time it was foolish in the right direction." Mara stared at her. "Are you proud?" she asked cautiously. "Don't push your luck," her mother said. "Come inside. Both of you. You can explain why you brought a maester with more opinions than sense into my house when the stew's already stretched thin." Callum opened his mouth to protest the maester label, then thought better of it as Mara elbowed him. They ate. They laughed. They argued. Mara told some of the truth, and some of it she left in the spaces between sentences, where it would not make her mother's hands shake. She said less about Lyanna now, more about Harith. She found that people understood that part more readily. The impulse to cling. The temptation to listen to someone who said, "I can fix what hurts if you just let me hold it." The anger when that promise proved thin. The next months were quieter, at least from the outside. Mara walked the docks again, this time with Callum beside her, eyes taking in the rhythm of the harbor with a scholar's curiosity and a boy's delight. She visited the Godswood, alone, or with Darren, or once, with a witness who had come north to ask what it felt like to be less haunted. "It's strange," she told him, sitting cross-legged at the heart tree's roots. "I miss them sometimes. The other lives. They made mine feel bigger, but they also made it feel like I was standing in a crowd where everyone was shouting at once. Now it's just me. It's lonely and freeing." "Nay, nam, da." The witness nodded slowly. "We are learning that too," he said. "For a long time, we listened for the trees' voices more than our own. Now they are quieter. We hear ourselves. It is uncomfortable." "Good," Mara said. He laughed softly. She spent long afternoons in the small loft above her father's counting room, poring over ledgers and letters, trying to make sense of the way grief shaped trade. Shipments from Old Town dipped, then rose again as people decided how they felt about Harith's fall. Witnesses' routes shifted. Red priests came more often to the harbor now, their fires drawing those who were not satisfied with the stranger's silence. "They offer certainty," Callum observed one evening, watching the glow of a Raelor shrine from their window. "Humans like that, more than they like truth." "Truth is cold," Mara said. "Certainty is warm, at least until it burns you." "You're very cheery these days," he said. I'm realist, she said. Same thing, he murmured. She had other visitors too. Ashai came sometimes, appearing on the edge of the godswood or sitting on their roof like a particularly opinionated gargoyle. She never stayed long. The children were retreating as they had promised, deeper into the old forests, farther from the roads. Their meddling came now mostly in the form of odd dreams, and the occasional nudge when someone strayed too close to building another wheel. They will keep trying, Ashai said once, watching a group of children play in the snow, their shrieks echoing off the harbor walls. Your kind. To cheat endings. To hold on longer. To make more of themselves than will fit in the space they are given. No, Ashia. I know, Mara said. We're stubborn. Stubborn can be good, Ashai said. It can also be stupid. Try to use more of the first than the second. Mara snorted. I'll tell them you said so. Ashai's golden eyes gleamed. Tell them you said so, she said. They listen better to their own. Years passed. Winters came and went. They were shorter now, as the maesters had predicted, but sharper. Storms hit harder. Summers burned hotter. The world groaned under burdens it had carried too long, and choices it had never been asked to consent to. People adapted. They always did. In the north, farmers learned new ways to coax crops from soil that froze and thawed unpredictably. In the south, lords built reservoirs and canals, harnessing old Valyrian knowledge without the dragons that had once ridden above it. The citadel grudgingly added new rings for the study of magic. Not to use it, they claimed, but to understand it well enough not to step in its holes. In White Harbor, Mara and Callum grew older. They did not marry at once. They had too many edges that did not fit. She was stubborn where he was cautious. He was cynical where she was earnest. They argued about theology and trade and whether red wine from the arbor truly tasted better than good northern ale. They also spent long nights leaning against one another on the rooftop, watching stars. I don't hear him anymore, Mara said once, eyes on the distant smear of the northern lights. Bran, or whatever he became. It's like listening at a door you know is there, and hearing only your own breath. Maybe that's all it ever was, Callum said gently. Maybe the gods are just what happens when enough people breathe the same story long enough. She considered that. I used to think that was sacrilege, she said. Now it sounds comforting. How so? He asked. If they're stories, she said, we can choose which ones we tell, which ones we pass on, which ones we let die. He looked up at the sky. What stories will you tell? He asked. She smiled faintly. About a world that learned eventually that endings matter, she said. About a woman who cut a rope and then spent the rest of her life trying to live with what that meant. About how just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. About how sometimes the bravest thing is leaving well enough alone. No. That sounds like a boring story to most people, he said. Good, she said. Maybe we've had enough of exciting ones. They did marry, eventually. In a small ceremony in the godswood, with Darren sniffling discreetly and their mother pretending not to. Torrin officiated, at Mara's insistence, his bark-bound eyes turned toward the heart tree, as if making sure it approved. We are not binding your souls, he said dryly, holding their cut palms over a bowl. We are merely witnessing that you've decided to make each other's one life more complicated. I can think of worse ways to spend it, Callum murmured. Mara squeezed his fingers. They had children, 2 girls and a boy, all with dark hair and sharp tongues, and that faint, disconcerting habit of staring at trees as if expecting them to answer. They grew up hearing stories of Lyanna, and Bran, and Jon, and Harith, and Ashai, of cycles and cuts, and why some doors should stay closed. When Mara's eldest Ellen was 10, she came in from the godswood with a very solemn expression. The tree told me a secret, she announced. Mara's heart stumbled. Oh? She asked, keeping her voice mild. And what was that? Ellen frowned in concentration. It said I should make sure to put out the candle by my bed before I fall asleep, she said. Because the last Ellen didn't, and she burned her thumb. Mara blinked. That sounds like a good secret, she said carefully. Who was the last Ellen? Her daughter asked. Mara knelt. There are a lot of Ellens, she said. Some of them you're related to, some of them you're not. Some of them only live in stories. Sometimes the tree remembers those stories better than we do. So it doesn't tell me what to do? Ellen asked. No, Mara said. It reminds you what could happen. You still have to decide. Ellen considered this. Then I decide I'll put out my candle, she said. I like my thumb. Mara laughed. That's an excellent decision, she said. At night, sometimes when the house was quiet and Callum snored softly beside her, Mara would slip out and stand in the godswood alone. The heart tree's face had not changed. Its eyes still bled red in the lamplight. Its mouth still curved in that odd, ambiguous grimace. She knew now that if there was any expression in it, it came from the hands that carved it, not from some inherent feeling. Trees did not frown. They simply grew. Thank you, she would say anyway. Not because she believed the tree had chosen what happened to her, or what she had done. Because she was grateful to have had something to push against. Branches rustled overhead. Sometimes, in the pattern of leaf and shadow, she fancied she saw a girl laughing. Hair tangled with soil. A boy in a wheelchair, eyes too old. A singer with golden eyes and a mouth too sharp. A man in black at a gate of living wood. They were stories now. That was enough. When Mara's time came, it came as quietly as she had once wished Liana's had. No great battle. No wrong tree to tear open. No rope to cut. She lay in her bed, the sounds of White Harbor drifting through the window. The slap of water against hulls. A gull's distant scream. Someone shouting about fresh caught. Her children and grandchildren filled the small room, faces a blur of bone and blood she had helped make. Callum held her hand. You scared me, he said softly. Once? She asked, amused through the ache in her chest. Always, he said. From the day you walked into the Citadel courtyard and asked where they kept the books on trees stealing souls. You came anyway, she said. He squeezed her fingers. Of course. Someone had to make sure you didn't burn the world down while you were saving it. Did I? She asked. Save it? He considered that. You saved parts, he said. From certain things. You made room for other mistakes. That's the best anyone gets. It'll do, she whispered. Ellen leaned over her, eyes wet. Are you afraid? She asked bluntly. She'd always taken after Mara more than was strictly comfortable. Yes, Mara said. Some of the younger grandchildren flinched at that. The older ones watched, solemn. Will we see you again? Ellen asked. Mara thought of Harith's tree, of Bran's fading awareness, of Liana's exhale into darkness. I don't know, she said. Maybe in trees. Maybe in stories. Maybe not at all. That doesn't change that I'm glad I was here this once. You do? She looked at each of them. One life, she murmured. Make it count. Not with grand gestures. With small ones. Put out your candle. Pull someone out of the water. Tell the truth when it's hard. Forgive when you can. That's all the gods we need. Ashai stood in the corner, unseen by all but Mara. Look at you, Mara whispered. Still meddling. Watching, Ashai corrected softly. There's a difference. You did the meddling this time. Mara smiled. Thank you, she said. For what? Ashai asked. We tore your lives apart and called it mercy. You tore them back and called it the same. We're both fools. For letting go, Mara said, when you could have held tighter. Ashai's golden eyes shone. You're welcome, she said quietly. Mara closed her eyes. She did not feel roots reaching. She did not feel a rope. She felt her breath leave her chest and not return. For a heartbeat there was fear. Then Nothing, or something so vast and quiet it did not feel like anything at all. No bark, no branches, no voices not her own. Just an ending. The world in which she had lived did not notice. Not in any grand cosmic sense. White Harbor went on breathing. The harbor bells rang. Someone slipped on a fish and cursed. A child left. A heart broke. A ship sailed. The godswood stood. Ellen, older now, with lines around her eyes that had nothing to do with laughter, stood before the heart tree that night and pressed her hand to its bark. "She's gone," she whispered. The wood was cool under her fingers. No voice answered. Ellen smiled through her tears. "I know," she said, "and I'm glad she was here." The branches rustled. Maybe it was the wind. Maybe it was a singer watching from the shadows, amused and a little proud. Maybe it was nothing at all. It did not matter. What mattered were the choices made while breath still moved in chests. The rest was beyond roots, beyond wheels, beyond any bargain struck under any tree. The children of the forest retreated farther still as human cities grew. They became once more stories told around fires. Somewhere in the deep woods, Ash-Eye sat on a root and watched a sapling grow, its pale bark unmarked by blood. "We meddled," the old singer beside her grumbled. "We made ropes, we cut them, now we sit and watch them tie their own." "Yes," she said. "Do you think they will end themselves?" he asked. "Perhaps," she said. "Perhaps not. That is theirs now, not ours." "Does that satisfy you?" he asked. She watched a pair of children, human, lost and laughing, chase one another through the trees at the forest's edge, their bare feet slapping over roots without tripping. "Sometimes," she said, "sometimes it terrifies me. That is how I know we finally did something right." He snorted. "You sound like them," he said. "I've been listening too long," she said. Leaves rustled. The sapling reached for the light. In Winterfell's godswood, the old one, repaired and replanted and stubborn, snow fell gently on the heart tree's face. A girl stood before it, cheeks red from cold, hands jammed under her arms for warmth. She had never heard of Harith. Lyanna was a half-remembered name in a song. Ran was a story parents told when they wanted their children to be quiet. "Mind the roots, or the boy in the tree will see you." She did not cut her palm. She did not ask the tree to catch her. She simply looked up at its pale branches and said, "I'm scared." It did not answer. She did not expect it to. "I have one life," she went on. "That's what they say. Just one. Sometimes it feels too small for everything I want. Sometimes it feels too big for what I think I can carry. I don't know what to do with it." Snow settled on her hair. "I'll try," she told the tree. "That's all I can promise. I'll try not to hurt more than I help. I'll try to leave this place better than I found it. I'll try to be brave when I'm afraid." Her breath misted. She smiled, small and fierce. "Watch if you like," she said. "Remember if you can, but it's mine." She turned and walked away, boots crunching in the snow. The tree watched and remembered. Not to judge, not to catch, simply because that was what it did. The world turned. It would end one day. Everything did. But not today. Today, there were ships to sail and fields to tend, songs to sing and stories to tell, candles to put out and hands to hold, endings to face and beginnings to dare. Today, there were lives to live once, and once only, and that, at last, was enough. Hey. The girl from Winterfell did not think of herself as the start of anything. Her name was Sira, which was plain enough, and she was the fourth of 5, which was neither cursed nor blessed. She was too short to be noticed in a crowd and too long-legged to be graceful in one. Her hair was the gray-brown of winter mud and never fell the way she wanted it to. Her eyes were the color of melted snow when the dirt began to show through. If she had any singularity at all, It was that she spoke more to trees than to people. "Not because I think you'll answer," she told the heart tree one morning, breath puffing white in the godswood. "Because you're better at listening." The carved face regarded her with its usual wary grimace. Red sap streaked its cheeks, bright even in the flat light of a winter noon. Snow sat in its eye sockets, melting slowly. Behind her, the godswood's pool lay frozen, the ice clouded and layered, as if several winters had left their memories on one another. The other trees, oaks and elms, a few stubborn pines, stood bare and quiet. The castle beyond hummed with its own life, the clang of steel from the yard, shouts from the battlements where men tested the wind, the mute thunder of feet in corridors as servants carried hot water and cold bread. Winterfell had always been like that in Syrah's memory, alive and self-sufficient, like a great beast that could sleep through any storm. Lately, the storms had been strange. Old Hareth's folly under the starry sept and the breaking of the false tree were old news in the south, and older still here. Syrah had heard those stories as a child, half asleep at her grandmother's knee. Of a girl from White Harbor who'd gone south and ended a cage made of wood and stolen souls. Of how the children watched from the shadows and did not intervene, because they had sworn not to. Of how, after that, people had stopped waiting for second chances and started learning how to live with first ones. Syrah believed those stories the way she believed in winter. They were simply part of the world she had been born into. The strangeness she felt was newer. The snows came when they should, and the thaws did too, but the air in between felt wrong. Thin. Syrah would suck in a breath and find it carrying the faint, sour tang of something that did not belong in Winterfell's woods. Smoke, but not wood smoke. Rot, but not the good kind that turned leaves to soil. "What is it?" she asked the heart tree now, palm pressed flat to its cold bark. She felt nothing. Once, children who did that might have seen things. Visions of the past, glimpses of others' lives, dreams sharp enough to cut. The old stories spoke of Starks who had watched their ancestors through the tree's red eyes, and of a boy who'd fallen from a tower and woken seeing everything at once. If that had happened to anyone in Syrah's lifetime, they did not speak of it. All she felt was rough bark under her hand, and the slow, steady thrum of sap rising from roots deep underground. "Fine," she said. "Keep your secrets." She pushed away, crunching through snow. At the edge of the godswood her brother Jory waited, arms folded, breath a plume of steam in the cold. "Talking to it again?" he asked. "Yes," she said. "It's the only one that doesn't interrupt." He snorted. "Even the tree would interrupt if it had to hear about the way the wind smells," he said. "Come on. Father wants you in the hall." "Why?" she asked suspiciously. "I don't know," Jory said. "Maybe he's finally realized you've been hiding magic under your bed and wants you to conjure him some better ale." Syrah elbowed him as they walked. "If I had magic, I'd conjure a new brother," she said. "One who didn't laugh loudly enough to scare the ravens in the next county." "You'd miss me," he said. She smiled despite herself. They came out of the godswood into the familiar, comforting bustle of Winterfell's inner ward. Men moved in twos and threes, cloaks drawn tight, going about the endless work of keeping a castle alive in winter. Splitting wood, sweeping snow from walkways, checking stores. Syrah's breath fogged as they passed the open mouth of the great hall, where warmth and the smell of roasting meat spilled out. Inside, Lord Roderick Stark sat in the high seat, not quite slouched but not fully straight either. The weight of the castle had carved new lines into his face these past years. Worry around the eyes, determination around the mouth. His hair had gone from black to iron gray faster than Syrah liked to think about. Beside him stood a man in maester's gray with a heavy chain and ink-stained fingers. Syrah liked him. Maester Baran had come from the Citadel when she was 7, the third in as many years. The first had died of a cough. The second had gone home after declaring the northern cold bad for his joints. Baran had simply pulled his hood up and carried on. He listened to people the way she wished more of them would. He listened to the world too. Sarah, he said now, inclining his head. Thank you for coming. You say that like I had a choice, she said. Her father's mouth twitched. Sit, he said. She obeyed, perching on the bench below the dais. What's wrong? She asked. What makes you think something is wrong? Her father countered. You only drag me in here when it is, she said. If it was something pleasant, you'd send Jory, or food. Jory made an offended noise. Baron smiled faintly. Blunt as ever, he said. Very well. I have news from the south. And from the witnesses. Sarah's skin prickled. She liked the witnesses, those odd men and women with bark bound over their eyes who walked the roads listening to trees and people alike. One had stayed at Winterfell the week before, old hands wrapped around his staff, humming softly in the yard as if hearing music no one else did. The witness who left us 2 days ago was Torrin, Baron said. He carried dreams in his sleep, of roots, of stone, of gatherings. Gatherings? Jory repeated. On the Isle of Faces, Baron said. Sarah's breath caught. The Isle was the oldest story of all, the place where the children and the first men had made peace under the weirwood's gaze. She had imagined it as a child, an island thick with pale trees, their faces crowding the shore, their roots tangled together like fingers. Maester Baron had told her the trees, they were different, even from Winterfell's, older, more numerous, more deeply sunk into whatever lay beneath the world. What sort of gatherings? Lord Roderick asked. People, Baron said. Men and women from the Riverlands slipping into boats at night. Witnesses say they travel without banners, wrapped in plain cloaks, and they do not return. No. Priests? Roderick asked. Cultists. Some new foolery with soul cages. Baron's mouth tightened. We have no reason to think anyone has rebuilt Hareth's Folly, he said. The singers would feel if someone tried to dig such grooves again. Ashai herself told Torrin that much. But something is moving. The roots feel uneasy. Sarah shivered. Maester Baron did not speak lightly of the singers. He had met one once, he'd said, when he was little more than a novice. A pale figure at the edge of a grove, golden eyes watching as his mentor took notes in a shaking hand. The singer had spoken only one sentence to him. Write what is true, she had said. Not what is easy. Baron had tried. Now his ink-stained fingers twisted in his chain. Have you felt anything? He asked Sarah gently. Here, at the heart tree. Sarah hesitated. She thought of strange smells in the wind. Of the way the bark had felt under her palm that morning, a fraction warmer, as if sap had begun to run faster. Yes, she said. Not words, not dreams, just like it's listening harder, like when someone leans in and you can feel their breath. Lord Roderick stared at her. Why didn't you say? He demanded. She shrugged, uncomfortable. Because it might be nothing, she said. Because I didn't want to be the girl who runs in shouting about whispering trees, when it's just a change in the weather. There are worse things to be, Baron said softly. Also better ones, she muttered. Baron smiled. The witnesses think someone is trying something new, he said. Not Hareth's cages. Not the children's wheel. Something else with the trees. Something that tugs at the old grooves. He looked at Lord Roderick. Ashai has asked for eyes that see better than ours. For someone who can stand on the Isle of Faces and say, no more ropes, no more cages, not this way. You've grown fond of sending my children into the teeth of madness, Roderick said flatly. Baron winced. I have not forgotten the last time, he said. That last time had been Jory. When he was 15, a pack of wildlings had breached part of the wall. What was left of it, and tried to slip south along the coast, driven not by war, but by hunger. Jory had gone with the Rootwardens to negotiate. He had come back thinner and quieter, stories of ice collapsing underfoot and faces of children whose names he could not shake crowding his nights. This felt different. This isn't war, Sarah said. It's stories. Stories can kill, Lord Roderick said. You know that. You've seen the way men swing axes because some septon told them their god wanted wood. Sierra swallowed. He wasn't wrong. Yet when she thought of the Isle of Faces, something in her chest tightened with something that wasn't fear. Curiosity, perhaps. Responsibility, whispered a smaller voice. The same voice that had pushed her to pull little Tomlin out of the well when all the other children had frozen. The one that had made her speak up when the old woman in the village had been accused of witchcraft, just for knowing which herbs helped with birthing. Why me? She asked, echoing Mara and Lyanna and 100 others before her without knowing it. Because you listen, Biran said simply. To people, to trees, to your own fear. You don't look away from it. Also because no one listens when I speak, Jory added. They laugh until I punch them. They ignore until it's too late. Thank you, Sierra said dryly. There is another reason, Biran said. He reached into his robe and drew out a small bundle wrapped in cloth. He placed it on the table before her and unfolded the layers. Inside lay a piece of bark. Pale, dry, smooth. Not as white as Winterfell's heart tree, not as thick, but unmistakable. Weirwood? Sierra reached out, then hesitated. From where? She whispered. From a tavern in White Harbor, Biran said. Mara's tavern. Sierra's breath caught. She had never met Mara, the woman in the stories, the one who'd gone south and broken Hareth's tree. Mara had died before Sierra was born. But White Harbor was not so far, and tales traveled quickly along trade routes. Sierra had grown up on them, of Mara's grandmother who'd whispered to the trees, of Mara's scar, of the way she'd come home and told people to stop waiting for second lives. The witness who brought it said it fell from the carving above the door, Biran went on. No wind, no rot. It simply dropped. Torin held it and dreamt of the Isle. He believes it is a call from those who stood before, from those who cut ropes when we needed them to. Sierra looked down at the bark. It was no bigger than her palm. A faint line of old sap traced its edge like dried blood. Her throat tightened. Lyanna, she breathed. The name rose from somewhere not entirely hers. Neither man flinched. Mara's stories had carried that name with them, too, a chord that hummed through generations. Sierra had heard it as often as she'd heard her own. What if I fail? She asked, voice low. Biran's eyes were kind. What if you don't? He countered. Lord Roderick exhaled slowly. If you go, he said, you do not go as a sacrifice, or as a hero. You go as my daughter, with what protection I can give you, with the understanding that if anything tries to make a rope of you, we cut it. That sounds painful, she said. Only for the rope, he said. She almost smiled. When? She asked. As soon as the roads allow, Biran said. The rivers will be choked with ice for another month at least, but we can send a message ahead along the King's Road. The witnesses will meet you where they can. You will not be alone. Nay. She thought of John at the wall, long dead now, and of the way the stories said he had stood alone so often. Alone and not alone. I'll go, she said. Of course you will, Jory said under his breath. Lord Roderick closed his eyes briefly. Then we make ready, he said. The road south was more crowded than Sierra had expected for deep winter. They traveled with a small escort. Jory, 2 sworn swords, and Maester Biran. A witness joined them at the halfway point between Winterfell and the Neck, a woman with bark over one eye and a strip of cloth over the other, her staff thudding softly against the frozen ground. Name? She asked Sierra. Sarah Stark, she said. The witness nodded. Ellen's line, she murmured. Mara's line. Lyanna's hum. Sierra's skin prickled. I'm my own, she said. Of course you are, the witness said. That's why they picked you. Who's they? Sierra muttered. The trees, Jory said. The children. The gods. The maesters. Take your pick. Everyone wants a Stark girl when there's trouble. Nanya. The witness chuckled. Not wrong, she said. The farther south they went, the more the world shifted under Sarah's feet. The snow thinned. The trees changed. Fewer pines, more oaks and beeches, their branches heavy with frost instead of snow. The air tasted different. Softer. Less sharp, At the Trident, they found the river half frozen, chunks of ice grinding against one another in the current. A ferry waited, its boatmen pale with cold and patience. Beyond the river, the land flattened. Marshes sprawled where once there had been rich fields, Biron said. Floods came more often now, he explained, the seasons out of joint from old magics and new industry. People adapted as they always did, building on higher ground, planting different crops, whispering new prayers for balance. Sarah watched the way the water moved around reeds, the way ice formed and broke, and thought of earthen veins shifting under all they did. At the last village before the Isle, they left the horses. Boats only from here, the ferryman grunted, taking their reins. And not many of those. The Isle doesn't like crowds. No. Bye. Crowds like the Isle even less, the witness murmured. Sarah tightened her cloak around her. The lake that held the Isle was larger than she'd imagined. It lay before them like a mirror of dull steel, its surface filmed with ice, except where the current kept it thin. Mist clung to its edges, reaching out ghost fingers toward the land. The Isle rose from its center, dark with trees, pale flashes of weirwood trunks visible between. The sight made something deep in Sarah's chest twist. It wasn't fear. Not exactly. Boat? Jory asked. The ferryman jerked his chin toward an old, narrow craft drawn up on the shore. It was made of dark wood and tar, low in the water. The oars were worn smooth. You'll row, he said to Jory. No sense in me going out there for the Isle to spit me back. That's encouraging, Jory muttered. Sarah stepped into the boat. It rocked, then steadied. Bear on, and the witness followed. Jory took the oars with a grunt. The mist closed around them almost immediately. The shore vanished behind a curtain of gray. The world shrank to the boat, the water slapping softly against its sides, the hiss of ice scraping, Jory's breathing. Sarah felt the lake under them like a living thing. Something about it was wrong. Not in the way Harith's tree had been wrong in the stories, unnatural and forced. This felt old and heavy, as if someone had poured too many stories into it, and they'd sunk to the bottom, layering over one another until the water could barely move. What do you hear? The witness asked softly. Voices, Sarah whispered. Not words, just... She groped for an analogy. Like when you stand outside the hall at Winterfell when everyone is feasting. You can't make out what anyone is saying, but you know there are a lot of someones, all talking at once. Baron's mouth tightened. That would be the pact, he said. Every man who ever swore on this lake, every promise not to cut trees, not to hunt the children, not to cross certain lines. They say words sink here and never quite leave. Sarah's throat felt tight. I don't want to add any more, she said. We are not here to swear, the witness said. We are here to listen, and perhaps to unsay. No. The Isle loomed out of the mist like a dream made solid. Its shore was a tangle of roots and stones, slick with moss. The trees grew thick and close, trunks pale and dark intermingled. The air smelled of wet earth and something sharp and green, like crushed leaves. Sarah stepped onto the shore and felt her scar, the one she didn't have, but that Lyanna and Mara had worn. Throb faintly in a place where she had never been wounded. You feel it too, the witness murmured. Sarah nodded. The weirwoods here were different from Winterfell's. Taller, and thicker. Their faces more numerous and more varied, some carved deep and fiercely, others barely marked at all. Some had eyes gouged wider, as if someone had tried to make them see more. Others had mouths left as simple slashes. Red sap streaked many of them. Not fresh. Old. Stained. As if they had wept long ago, and never quite stopped. "Welcome," a voice said. It came from everywhere at once. Sierra turned. A singer stood between two roots, pale against the dark trunks. Not ash-eye. This one was older. Bark skin cracked, moss in the creases like hair. His eyes were a softer gold, dulled by time. Vines twined his arms. "Ash root," the witness said, inclining her head. "Ash-eye's brood," Baron murmured to Sierra. "If the old tales are true." "The old tales are always half true," Ashroot said mildly. "That is both their charm and their danger." He moved closer. Sierra saw that his feet were not quite feet at all anymore. They merged with the roots behind him, skin becoming bark, toes becoming tendrils. He walked as much with the island as through it. "You brought the hum," he said to Sierra, nostrils flaring slightly. "Lyanna. Mara. Ellen. All those stubborn chords. I could smell you from the other side of the lake." "Damn." "I'm Sierra," she said. "Of course you are," he said. "That's why they listened when you spoke. If you were only Lyanna, they would have dismissed you as an echo." Jory muttered something rude under his breath. Ashroot smiled. "Brother," he said. Jory startled. "What?" he demanded. "You have the look," Ashroot said, "of a man who will jump between a rope and a neck if he thinks they're about to meet. That is a sort of brotherhood in our book." "Your book sounds dangerous," Jory said. "The best ones are," Ashroot replied. Baron cleared his throat. "The witnesses bring word of gatherings," he said. "Men and women slipping into boats at night, not returning. The roots hum differently. The singers say somebody is doing something here, under your noses. That makes them uneasy. We came to see." Ashroot's face creased. "The roots hum differently because there are more stories in them," he said. "The people you speak of, they come here to let go." Sierra frowned. "Let go how?" she asked. Ashroot tilted his head. "Not with ropes," he said. "Not with cages. With words. They stand under the trees and tell us everything they remember. Then they leave and try to live as if they don't need to remember it all themselves." "Nah." Sierra blinked. "That's all?" she asked. "For now," Ashroot said. "You make it sound like a tavern," Jory said. "Come in, confess, leave lighter." "In some ways it is," Ashroot said. "Except instead of ale we offer patience, and instead of forgetting we offer shifting. We hold some of it for them." Sierra looked up at the crowd of faces in the trees. "How many?" she whispered. "How many stories?" Ashroot echoed. "More than we can count. Fewer than there are people in the world. Not everyone comes. Not everyone wants to." Did you? About show. "Do they think they're getting rebirth?" Sierra asked. That was what Baron was afraid of, she knew. That someone was quietly rebuilding Harith's promise in a more subtle form. Not cages this time, but a slow accretion of dependency. "Come, pour yourself into the trees, and we will hold you. Come, let us bear your pain." "No," Ashroot said. "We do not promise second chances. We tell them very clearly that this is not that. We tell them they will die, as they would have. We tell them whatever this place does with their words is not something they will see. Some still come." "Nine." "Because they're afraid," Sierra said. "Because they're tired," Ashroot corrected, "of holding everything alone." That, Sierra understood. Long winters and long memories could weigh on a person. Tales of ghosts who kept to themselves because they had too many regrets to speak. Old men in White Harbor who would not cross a bridge because someone had once died there, generations before. Letting some of that weight sink into the roots could be mercy. "If that's all it is," Jory said, "why are the witnesses uneasy? Why is Ash-Eye sending dreams like a woman with ants in her bed?" Ashroot's gaze darkened. Because some who came forgot the let go part, he said. Sarah's skin prickled. How? She asked. He led them deeper into the grove. The trees thickened, their roots tangling into a living lattice underfoot. Sarah had to watch her step, but Ashroot moved easily. Baron nearly tripped twice before Jory caught him with a muttered curse. At the center of the aisle there was a clearing. It was not quite empty. A circle of stones rose there, each carved with symbols Sarah didn't recognize. Between them, the ground was bare earth, dark and damp. In the middle, a man knelt. He was not old, not young. His hair was cropped short. His clothes were plain but well made. His hands were open on his knees, palms up, fingers twitching slightly. His eyes were closed. Roots rested on his shoulders. Not tight, not piercing, just laid there, like hands. He came here 10 days ago, Ashroot said. He told us he was tired of being himself, tired of his anger, tired of his grief, tired of the choices he'd made. He asked us to take it. Me, and you? Baron asked. We told him we could listen, Ashroot said. We could remember. We could scatter his words through the roots so that he no longer had to hold them alone. We told him we could not make him someone else. Sarah could hear the echo of Liana's voice in that. We don't get to change what we were, only what we are. He spoke, Ashroot went on. For hours, days, we listened, we held. At the end, he did not leave. He stayed? Sarah asked. He asked for more, Ashroot said. He asked to forget. He asked us to pull his memories out and keep them for him. All of them. To leave him empty and simple and new. Sarah's stomach turned. And you said no, she guessed. Of course, Ashroot said. The man's fingers twitched again. He did not accept that, Ashroot said. He began to push. Usually, people pour out. This one tried to tear things out of himself. He grabbed at our roots and shoved his memories into us like a man cramming clothes into a chest. He flung his anger and joy and fear into every open space he could find. Sarah looked around. The weirwoods bordering the clearing were streaked not just with old sap, but with new, thin, pale trickles that had not yet congealed. Their faces looked strained, as if the carving had been done too deep. What did you do? She whispered. We stopped him, Ashroot said simply. He gestured. Sarah saw then that the roots on the man's shoulders were not entirely passive. Finer tendrils wound around his arms. A thin, pale line of bark crossed his brow, not cutting into skin but resting there like a circlet. We have contained him, Ashroot said, kept him from tearing more of himself out, or trying to stuff it back in ways that would hurt him worse. We cannot set him free without hurting the roots that took his flung memories. We cannot keep him like this without breaking our word, not to bind souls. We are stuck. Now. Baron exhaled slowly. And you called for help, he said. We called for witnesses, Ashroot said. We called for someone who is not rude or roped to see and say, this is too much, or not enough. Someone to remind us that we are not their gods, nor they ours. He looked at Sarah. We called for someone whose blood carries the memory of cutting. Sarah stepped closer to the kneeling man. His lashes fluttered as she approached. His eyes opened. They were brown, ordinary, except for the way fear and confusion and exhausted hope flickered through them like candlelight in a draught. Who are you? She asked gently. He stared at her. I don't know, he said. His voice cracked. Once, he said slowly, groping, I was Bran. He flinched. No, that's not right. That's a name I read in a book. Once, I was Harith. He laughed bitterly. No, Guy. That's someone else's sin. Once, I was Tolan's son of Mira, from a village on the Green Fork. Duh. Relief flickered in his eyes as that last name settled. And now? Sarah asked. He swallowed. Now I'm tired, he whispered. She knelt in front of him. The roots on his shoulders rustled faintly. What were you so desperate to forget? She asked. He stared at his hands. I killed my brother, he said. The words hung in the air. Baron made a soft sound. Accident? Jory asked gruffly. Tolan shook his head. We fought, he said. Over land.u. Over a girl. Over nothing that mattered enough. I shoved him. He fell. Broke his neck on a stone. His fingers trembled. Every day after, I saw him when I closed my eyes. Every night, I heard the crack. I thought, if I poured it into the trees, I could sleep. Sarah swallowed. That's not how it works, she said softly. I know that now, he said hoarsely. I did not want to feel like me anymore. I thought if I couldn't be someone else, at least I could be less. But the more I pushed, the more stuck I became, like I'd wedged myself between two doors. The roots hold me here now. The children say they are trying not to drag me deeper. He laughed with no humor. You have to understand, girl. I am not noble. I am not brave. I came here to escape a thing I did with my own hands, not to make a point about the world. Sarah looked at Ashroot. How many like him? She asked. Few, Ashroot said. Most who come speak, we listen, and they leave lighter. This one clung. There have been a handful others, all wanting us to take more than we can bear, all wanting to give up more of themselves than we have any right to hold. Sarah understood now why the witnesses were uneasy. The children had sworn not to bind souls. Here, the souls were trying to bind themselves. If we let him go, Ashroot said, the parts of him he flung into us will remain. Bits of his grief and guilt sinking deeper into the roots. They will hum there, forever. He may go on, but the grove will never be entirely free of the weight he cast into it. And if you keep him? Baron asked. We will have broken the pact, Ashroot said simply. We will have made a cage of our roots again. Sarah thought of Mara in the crypt, souls surging through her. Of Lyanna pressing her bloody hand to bark. We can't keep breaking the same rope in different places, she murmured. What? Jory asked. Nothing, she said. She put her scarless palm on Tolan's cheek. He flinched, then stilled. Do you want to live? She asked. He stared at her. Yes, he whispered, barely audible. Do you want to forget? She asked. His jaw clenched. Yes, he said again. She nodded slowly. Both, she said. You can't have both entirely. That's the problem. She looked up at Ashroot. Can you give him distance? She asked. Not oblivion. Just space. So that the memory isn't always at the front of his mind. So that he can get through a day without drowning in it. Kanya. Ashroot's eyes narrowed. We have tried, he said. We are not good at half measures. Humans are, she said. We live them, all the time. She took Tolan's hands in hers. Listen, she said. You did something awful. That is true. You can't change that. You can't change what you were in that moment. You can keep it from being the only thing you are from now on. He shook his head, tears spilling. I don't deserve. Deserve has nothing to do with it, she said sharply. That's what Harith never understood. You can't earn a second chance. You can only choose what to do with the first one until it's gone. She looked at the roots on his shoulders. I'm going to ask them to let you go, she said. They might not. They might be afraid you'll do something worse, or that you'll come back and try to cram more of yourself into them. Can you promise you won't? He hesitated. She appreciated that. Yes, he said finally, voice shaking. I can't promise I won't still wish I could. But I can promise I won't try to force it. I'm tired of trying to tear myself apart. Sierra nodded. She looked at Ashroot. What do you hear? She asked. He closed his eyes. A man whose fear is louder than his malice, he said. A man who might spend his life trying to make up for what he did, or might spend it hiding from it. Our roots cannot tell the difference in advance. No one's can, she said. That's the point. She took a deep breath. I think you should let him go, she said. Not because he deserves it. Not because he doesn't. Because you can't keep him without becoming what you tried to stop being. Because if you start making cages again, even for good reasons, we'll be back where we were. Only this time you'll tell yourselves you're kinder about it. Nah, Antazi. Ashroot's lips curved bitterly. You speak like Mara, he said. And Lyanna, and Ashai, and half a dozen others who cut us loose when we wanted to cling. Maybe we need to hear it more than once, she said. He laughed, unexpectedly soft. We always do, he said. He stepped into the circle. The roots on Toland's shoulders tightened, then loosened. Sierra felt, rather than heard, a shudder run through the grove. The ground under her knees thrummed. The weirwood's faces seemed to flinch. Sap beaded, slid, fell. Ashroot laid his bark hand on Toland's head. Go, he said. The fine tendrils around Toland's arms snapped like old cobwebs. He slumped. For a terrifying heartbeat, he did not breathe. Then he sucked in air, ragged and desperate. The line of bark across his brow cracked and fell away, a thin, pale flake. He stared at his hands. I remember, he whispered. I remember all of it. His shoulders hunched. Sierra squeezed his fingers. You will, she said. For the rest of your life. That's what happens when we do things. They don't stop existing because we wish them to. But you have a choice now. You can leave this grove and never speak of it again. You can stay and talk until your throat is raw. You can go home and confess. Or you can go somewhere completely new and plant trees where there were none. Whatever you do, it will not undo what you did. It might, if you're lucky, make the world around it less worse. No. He laughed shakily. You sound like my grandmother, he said. That's probably because your grandmother was wise, she said. He wiped his eyes. Will they remember? He asked, glancing up at the trees. Yes, Ashroot said. We remember everything, but we will not use it against you. We will not bind you with it. We will simply hold it, so that when you come to sit down under any tree, anywhere, and feel ashamed, you will also know that you are not the only one carrying something heavy. Nay. Toland closed his eyes. Thank you, he whispered. For what? Sierra asked. For not making me a symbol, he said. For letting me be just a man who did something terrible and has to live with it. She smiled crookedly. That's all any of us are, she said. He stood on shaky legs. The roots shifted around his feet, making room. He walked out of the circle. The sun broke through the clouds at that precise moment, sending a shaft of light through the branches to catch him as he stepped into it. Sierra snorted. Dramatic, she said to Ashroot. We do not control the light, he said. We merely arrange meetings. Baron exhaled slowly. That's one, he said. More will come, Ashroot said. Some will want what he wanted. Some will accept what we offer. Some will want nothing at all. We can only keep repeating the same thing. We are not your wheel. We are not your cage. We are merely your listening place. Nah. Sierra looked around at the weirwoods. You should tell the world that, she said. We tried, Ashroot said dryly. You turned us into gods. It takes a long time to undo that. Then we'll help, she said. Our priests, our maesters, our storytellers, will tell people. If you go to the trees, you go to speak, not to bargain. And if they don't listen? Jory asked. We can't cut every rope they try to tie, she said. No more than the children can. All we can do is keep breaking the big ones. The ones that start to wrap around everyone instead of the person who tied them. Nunday. She put her hand on the nearest trunk. It was warm now. Not feverish. Alive. The hum in the wood felt calmer, less stretched. Rand's presence, what lingering sense of him remained anywhere, felt faint as a faded ink line. Thank you, she whispered. Not for anything specific. For the listening. For not catching. For the space to make mistakes without turning them into destiny. Ashroot watched her. So? He asked. Do you think we were right to call you? She smiled. I think you were bored, she said, and wanted a Stark girl to shout at you. He laughed, the sound like wind in dry leaves. Both can be true, he said. They stayed on the Isle for 3 days. Long enough to speak with those who came and went, to see how the grove worked when not knotted around one stubborn man's refusal to accept his own guilt. They watched a woman pour out the story of a lost child and stand straighter afterward, not because the weight was gone, but because it had been acknowledged. They watched an old knight confess that he did not regret the enemies he'd killed, but all the friends he had let die for causes he no longer believed in. Sira saw that the Isle was not a new wheel. It was a mirror, cracked and old and stained, but still reflecting. On the 4th morning, Baran said it was time to go. You have a father who worries, he reminded her, and a castle that needs you to come home and pester its trees instead of these ones. She said her farewells to Ashroot. Tell Ashai, she said, that we're trying. Ashroot's eyes gleamed. She knows, he said. She mutters about it constantly. They took the boat back across the lake. The mist parted more easily this time. Sira felt the hum of the pack beneath them, but it no longer felt like a threat. More like a chorus of old voices grumbling in the basement while the house carried on above them. On the far shore, the ferryman waited, expression carefully neutral. Well, he asked, did the Isle eat you? Not today, Sira said. He grunted. Too cold for eating anyway, he said. The road north felt different, though the ruts and stones and brashes were the same. Sira found herself watching people's faces more closely, seeing lines of fear and hope and stubbornness, hearing in their complaints and laughter the same notes she'd heard under the weirwoods. The world did not change because she had gone to the Isle. Winterfell was still Winterfell when they returned. The walls were still cold, the great hall still smoky, the godswood still quiet. Lord Roderick hugged her so tightly that her ribs protested. Jory was slapped on the back so hard by half the men in the yard that his laughter turned hoarse. Baron retreated to his tower to write until ink stained his fingers far past their usual. Sira went to the heart tree. She put her hand on the bark. It felt like it always had. Rough, solid dot. Present, dot. You're not my cage, she told it. You're not my god. You're not my wheel. You're my witness. The carved face did not change. But, standing there in the cold, Sira felt less alone. Years later, she told her children the story of the man at the Isle. She told it not as a lesson about wickedness or mercy, but as a tale of someone who tried to give up too much of himself. You can let others carry some of your burden, she said to her eldest, who had her habit of staring at trees. You can share your story so you don't suffocate on it, but you can't hand your whole self away and expect to stay standing. What if I don't like myself? Her daughter asked. Sira smiled sadly. Then make yourself into someone you like more, she said. Don't ask a tree to do it for you. The world kept spinning. Endings came. New ones, different ones. Some slow and some sudden and terrible. In the deep woods, the children grew fewer. Their songs thinned, but they did not vanish. They sat at the edges of glades and watched human children climb trees and scrape knees and tell secrets they thought no one heard. They watched men and women sit beneath heart trees, and pour out fears to bark that did nothing but listen. In Old Town, the crack in the starry sept's dome was never fully repaired. They patched it with glass and lead, but a faint line remained, visible only when the sun struck at a certain angle. The priests took it as a reminder that even the most sacred roofs could break if they tried to hold things they were not meant to. In Winterfell, the heart tree listened to a girl called Sira, and later, to her children and grandchildren, and the children of those who would never know the names Lyanna or Mara except as old tales. When people asked, "What happens after we die?" the answers they got were less certain now. Some said, "We return to the gods." Some said, "We become stories." Some said, "We feed the worms and the roots, and that's enough." Sarah, when she was old and her knees ached on cold mornings, said, "We end. That's what gives our living shape. What matters is how we use the space between. Noi and I." On her last day, she walked, slowly, to the godswood. Jory, white-haired now, protested. "Let me carry you," he said. "I can still walk," she said. "And if I can't, I will crawl. I'm not letting my last view be the rafters of the hall." She made it to the tree. She rested her palm against it. Her breath came short. "I'm afraid," she whispered. She had heard Mara had said the same once. She had no illusions about being like Mara. She was just herself. That was enough. A breeze stirred the branches. Snow fell, soft and light, settling on her shoulders. "I know," she said. She closed her eyes. She did not feel roots reaching. She did not feel ropes. She felt cold air in her lungs, and the familiar roughness of bark and the ache of her own fingers. She let go. A witness, passing through Winterfell a month later, stood before the tree and smiled. "She cut clean," the witness murmured. Ashai, old now, bark cracked and mossy, watched from the shadows. "She always did," Ashai said. The witness tilted her head. "You're still here," she observed. "Someone has to remember all the times we let go," Ashai said. "Humans remember the times we clung. They forget the others." The witness laughed softly. "Perhaps," she said, "one day they'll learn to remember both." "Perhaps," Ashai agreed. She listened to the hum in the roots. Not a wheel. Not a cage. A chorus. Not of souls trapped, but of stories told and held and let go. Enough. For now. And in the farthest, quietest part of the world, beyond roots and rivers and all the bargains ever made, something that might once have been Bran listened to and smiled, small and content, as one more chord. Lyanna Mara Ellen Sira, stubborn and clear, faded gently into the silence it had helped shape.